Hope everyone's doing well today. All right, so we do have quite a few individual names moving today. There will be some day trade opportunities. At least I think so. Let me just get situated here. So yeah, we'll discuss that. We will discuss that. APLD is probably a flat out short today. A stunning move it's had, and it's getting a massive gap up, sweeping its all-time high pivot. We'll could keep that one on our radar. For me, it's morning. It's 8:41. I'm Eastern Standard Time. All right, so again, there are a few names moving today, guys, so we will have a lot of different day trade setups. So APLD will be on watch today for a scalp short. Take a look at this GWH. So this S-Tech GWH is a Bill Gates company, SPAC company. Let me see why it's moving. S-Tech shares are trading higher after the company announced an agreement with Salt River Project to add 5 megawatt, 50 megawatt hour battery systems to the grid in Florence, Arizona. S-Tech is shaking this morning. So GWH news striking deal. I will post that in the free Telegram chat, guys. The headline there. So that name again, I don't think I would short it because it has put in a bit of a rounding breakout stage one formation. Market cap is pretty small for this guy, so it could absolutely run to the upside here. You can see it has triggered out a nice little breakout, and you've not only cleared one, two, three major pivot highs, so it's going to be a tough one to short even with it up this much. It could easily run quite a bit. We've seen stocks move, and I mean it's tiny market cap, real tiny. Continue to go through some of the headlines here. We'll see if there's any sort of bullish, bearish catalyst that we can trade. Where is my measurement tool? The heck? I think TradingView messed up my charts here. See what else is going on here. Again, we'll discuss that one after. TE, so T1 Energy Inc. Seeing quite a bit of volume in the pre-market today, gapping up to the high side. Crazy extension move. You're going to be into the probably 95 daily RSI, but what a breakout there for TE. Squeezing. Don't know if there's news. Let's take a peek. So T1 Energy on the New York Stock Exchange. T1 Energy announced after investing in cutting-edge US solar project. Shares are trading higher. The company acquired a minority stake in Talon PV LLC, a developer of solar cell facilities. As part of the agreement, T1 has entered into a safe, simple agreement for future equity to acquire stake in Talon. Okay, that's not too bad of a headline. Power generation, clean energy. We will see if that one can continue to show its strength. So ticker TE. Let me see if there's a tough name to do really anything. It's tough to short, it's tough to long here. I mean, just basically off of pure momentum, if you got a dip, you could look to trade on the long side, but kind of a no touch for me right now. It's one that you can keep your eye on. I mean, what's the market cap of this guy? 750.34 million, so gapping up another 16%, so it'll be up a little bit more. All right, ESTC, Elastic. Let's look at that name. I'm just going through some of the top gainers. ESTC also gapping up this morning. What is the news on that bad boy? Uh, Needham analyst Mike Psychos reiterates Elastic from a hold to a hold. I swear that's pointless. A, a firm goes from, oh, we're going to reiterate ESTC. It's at a hold right now, and it's still a hold, and it gaps up. It's pretty funny. Elastic shares surge after hours on Gina AI acquisition. New inference service launched 500 million buyback. Okay, so it's a bit of AI headline. Acquisition complete. Interesting. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Six Flags is popping. Ticker Fun. FUN seeing some strength this morning. What did that have? Did that have earnings or are they launching a new roller coaster? That stock has been absolutely bludgeoned. Wow. Was there a death a while back at Six Flags? I can't remember. Six Flags names Marilyn Spiegel as its new board chair. Okay, so a little bit of change-ups in the board of directors for Six Flags. It's catching a bit of liquidity. Again, that could help it. It's certainly oversold. It's been putting in this basing formation on the RSI, positive divergence, weekly divergence. Let's look at this monthly. Are you into any gap fills down here? Let's just take a peek. There is a large weekly gap that still remains, I think, unfilled. So let me just see relatively where we are. No, I think we could still go lower, but for a bit of a counter trend bounce, Six Flags could be on watch there for a little bit of a move. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. Um, all right. This is trying to show some strength, muscling up to the high side. Home builders are catching a really nice bounce today as well. You are seeing rates a little bit softer, 10-year yield down 1.2. So Lennar gapping up this morning quite well. Interesting. Let's look at some of the losers here. ANVS. So we were watching this one yesterday. And look at that, it actually gapped up yesterday on news, reversed, and now it's gapping down. What a filthy liquidity trap. I mean, you go from trading basically no shares and volume to 8.7 million. People get bullish on the news dip and then they gap it over those bulls. That's fucking disgusting. These markets are filthy sometimes. Those market makers can really, really be nasty. I'm telling you. VG, Venture Global. Market cap 4.7 billion, gapping down over 17%. What is the news on VG today? Venture Global shares are trading lower after the company announced it resolved an arbitration with a post-COD LNG customer and faces over a 1 billion damage risk after tribunal finds a breach in BP arbitration. Also, the Mizuho downgraded the stock from outperform to neutral and lowered its price target. Yikes, VG in for a world of hurt. You know, just when they get hit with a little bit of a tribunal judgment, they also get hit with a downgrade from a respected firm. So VG under some serious pressure this morning. Build Corp, ticker BLD, under some pressure today, is it? Nope, my chart's just delayed here. It's actually okay, acting well. Let's look at CMC. Waiting for my coffee to kick in. Hope you're doing well. Let's look at Levi Strauss and Company, LEVI earnings gapping down this morning. Why are they gapping down? Did they give poor guidance or what? I'm boofing jet fuel. Nice. Hey, it's a 0DT Friday. Gotta be ramped up, right? So they're just falling on earnings, so we'll see if there's a trade there a little bit later, but it could go lower. You are coming into a little bit of a pivot, but again, I would naturally think that you want to test this bigger consolidation zone on Levi. You might get a bounce into that 22 Pierce area. It's actually not a bad area. You have a little bit of a gap fill. Yeah, that's not a bad area for a bit of a scalp bounce. Pierce of 22, sweeping that high pivot, coming into that previous high pivot. Not terrible. We will watch that name. Let's throw in some daily chart moving averages. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Yeah, so you're gapping up over the 20. So yeah, I like that 2191 area for Levi. That would be a pierce of the 50-day as well. So I'll keep that on watch. That is a top idea so far for a bit of a scalp bounce long. I'd probably just take common shares since the equity is cheap. I'd probably pick up, I don't know, 7, 800 shares for a bit of a bounce. All right, let's look at a couple other names here that are moving. Ticker Mosaic. MOS is under a little bit of pressure. Not too sure if there's news on Mosaic. There most likely is. And there's obviously there's a couple short ideas that I'm on watch for, a couple longs this morning. We'll discuss all of them. Um, Operational challenges slow Mosaic's phosphate division progress. Okay. Mosaic shares trading lower. The company reported preliminary Q3 results. So their Q3 phosphate sales lag. Said production and sales volume for potash in the third quarter were both approximately 2.3 million tons, while phosphate sales came in at 1.6 million tons. Okay. I see you. Mosaic under a little bit of pressure. Again, this one could be on watch for a short and then a long. I think that whenever you get the companies lowering their guidance in a bull market, investors are like, hell no, we'll just go to a speculative company, we'll exit stage left. Yeah, you can see it pierced all the way down there. I mean, that was a nasty drop. Wow. So I could easily see it retest that area. Where I was thinking we would sweep would be this pivot again and likely this pivot, and you did sweep it in the pre-market. So there could be a little bit of a short lower. I would wait for a bit of a bounce back into, I would say let it try to retest this gap fill as an aggressive area for a short. I'll watch that gap, short retest. That's okay. Let's see what else we got going on. Did we talk about docs? Doximity? DOCS? Some news. Let's just take a quick peek. Doximity shares are trading low after JP Morgan downgraded the stock to neutral. So a bit of a JP Morgan downgrade on Dox. Okay. Some of the unusual volume again. So we picked up CODI yesterday, guys, with members in the option trading group. This stock is having just an unbelievable move. I mean, we entered yesterday off the 680 level when I was seeing some massive volume accumulation trends. So we just picked it up yesterday and look at that move. Boom. So at yesterday's close, we were up over 100% on our options. And now it's gapping up tremendously by about 19.7% right now. So that's going to be a huge winner in the port today. A CODI, what a beast. I mean, that is filthy. We entered the $10 December call options, and I'm quite excited to see what those open up like because they were cheap, 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 cheap. We got them at 55 cents a con. So that's going to be a money maker. I will look to be trimming some of those gains, but stunning breakout for CODI today, gapping up. Quite crazy. Quite crazy. All right, ticker RACE, Ferrari. Ferrari. We did trade that yesterday quite well. It came into our long level, bounced around a little bit, took some profits. That one is gapping up as well, trying to build out a little bit of a base. For this one, I still think it could get maybe sold into a little bit, come back down, and then see a bit of a bounce. But Rari is up a little bit in the pre-market, seeing a decent amount of volume still. Looking at some quantum names, IONQ under a minor touch of pressure this morning. You are seeing some distribution hitting the tape there. AMD slightly green. If we go to your mega cap tech, you got Amazon Amazon is down just a little bit in the pre-market. Microsoft is holding slightly green. Of course, you can guess Nvidia is this one of the stronger mega cap tech names today, up another 0.5%. What else we got? Apple. That was a good short on Nvidia yesterday as well. We took some nice profits. Apple under a minor touch of pressure in the pre-market. Google is basically flat, slightly green in the pre-market. Meta is basically slightly flat but green in the pre-market, having a stunning day yesterday. Tesla had a little bit of a sell yesterday, bounced off of the lows, holding that 20-day moving average, as you can see. Slightly green in the pre-market, but Tesla is going through a bit of distribution here. We'll see if it can start to firm up in the near term. Ticker Path had a blockbuster day yesterday, seeing a little bit of continued resiliency this morning. The upside target is 20 bucks, but it could see some sell side pressure today. That would not surprise me. I'm looking at fading APLD this morning, guys. That is a top short idea of mine. Massive extension move, sweeping all-time high. Very, very extended, both on the daily, the weekly. The daily is going to have such an extremely overbought scenario. Same thing with the hourly chart. You're going to be absolutely crazy, crazy extended here. But we'll see what happens. So APLD is a top watch, short idea. Let's see what else we got going. Some of the most active stocks. We discussed GWH S-Tech. It's not a bad area. We discussed Mosaic, Lennar, New Fortress Energy, catching a bit of strength today. Doximity's down. EG. Baba seeing a little bit of distribution this morning, guys. Again, Alibaba and China continue to soften up here in price. Let's look at Yang. Yang has been seeing an increase in volume, guys. China stocks could be in for a little bit of troublesome price action in the very near term. Let's look at the eVTOL stocks. So Archer Aviation, trying to see a little bit of distribution in the pre-market. Joby seeing a little bit of distribution. BBAI is seeing a little bit of strength. Chart pattern on Big Bear is not looking bad at all. It could definitely try to break out here. QuantumScape QS, still a strong chart on the daily, but going through a bit of backing and filling. Let's look at MP Materials here. MP Materials is still acting A-OK. Stocks are seeing a little bit of strength. Marijuana stocks taking a bit of a breather. Energy stocks are down right now. What else we got going on? Quantum stocks could be going through a bit of distribution today, guys. QUBT is positive, but IONQ right now is definitely leading the charge to the downside in the pre-market. So we'll watch those carefully. Let's look at these cryptos and then we'll discuss some commodities. Ethereum still struggling a little bit under some pressure. Let's look at Bitcoin. Can't type this morning. BTC, USD. That chart pattern is not looking bad at all. It's still looking pretty constructive on the bullish side. All right, we're probably also going to have a day trade long idea on nat gas this morning, guys. So nat gas is doing what I was expecting it to do. A nice 3-bar surge, knifing through that daily 200 liquidity where a lot of traders were trying to front run and buy. We are now coming into the magic X marks the spot. But that is a nice opportunity for a bit of a scalp long. Let's just look at what we have here on a fib retrace level. So you can see from that low pivot, 343 is your 50%. Let's just take the retrace from this low pivot. Yeah, so perhaps still just a little bit lower. We were into this previous gap fill. Interesting. Let me look at something else here. Let me look at something else. Yep, you're losing that. It's getting close. Nat gas is getting close for a scalp long here. You are doing a nice sweep of that previous low pivot. Now you should be defended here. It's getting real close, nat gas. Very close. Let's look at this hourly chart. You're getting nicely oversold on that hourly chart. So this is a top watch for a long setup, guys. Intraday long on BOIL. I'll be looking to trade BOIL. BOIL has been bludgeoned here, but that's what I like to see, a nice gap down on the chart. Yeah, I like it a lot. I like nat gas selling. This is what we discussed in our video yesterday. So let that thing go down a little bit. Wow, it's even getting ready for a bounce right here. Look at that double bottom on the RSI with a nice positive divergence, getting pretty oversold on your hourly chart. But I want to see it come and test this pivot liquidity. That's a very good opportunity, guys. Very, very good. We will watch that carefully. Crude oil even falling here. Nat gas just getting clobbered. Did have some data for the Canadian side. Let's see what that data came in. I need some more coffee too. What is it? That's bullshit. Canada's unemployment rate falls 7.1%. I call BS on that. It is what it is, though. IONQ's falling because of an offering, guys. So IONQ pricing a 2 billion equity offering. The leading quantum computer announced the pricing of a 2 billion equity offering consisting of 16.5 million shares of common stock, each at $93 per a share. A pre-funded warrants purchase. Interesting. So that's why they are falling. That just hit the tape not too long ago. Rocket Lab shares are trading higher after the company announced it has signed a direct contract for 2 dedicated Electron launches with Japan Aerospace Exploration, RKLB, flying into space. Let's look at ASTS. Is that going to catch some liquidity as well? Yeah, so we might have another opportunity to short this name. We've made a nice chunk of change shorting those high pivots. I would look for a sweep of this high for a potentially another short. Interesting. But RKLB could be a one that comes in from the highs today as well. So that's also another top watch short idea. Good morning, Maria. Good morning. Good morning. So we do have RKLB on watch for a short. We got APLD on watch for a short idea. We've got natural gas on watch for a long idea. Hoping nat gas still stays weak until that market open. I'm tempted to even buy in the pre-market, but hopefully it stays weak. IONQ is probably also a short idea today, guys, with that 2 billion offering that they just announced today. I'm looking at trimming my CODI call options with members. CODI popping up quite tremendously. I like it a lot. See what else we got moving here. Technologies getting some movement here. MRVL are trading higher after Oppenheimer maintained an outperform rating on the stock and raised its price target from 95 to 115. So Marvell getting a nice little raise by a top firm. Shopify names Jessica Hertz as COO. What is this ORBS doing? Orbs? Pump and dumper? What a pump and dumper. It is gapping up this morning. Company announces a new initiative to bring authentication to enterprise solve trust and verification at scale. This could squeeze, but just understand it will probably go eventually back to its gap fill. I remember when we shorted this name, how high it went. Everyone's trying to replicate those gains where it spiked up here. Not a fat chance. That will not happen. That's seen its highs. But a little bit of news hitting ORBS. Tom Lee's pump and dump scam pump. See what else we got going on here. So Rocket Labs, positive news, APLD news, earnings. So it seems like fairly a muted day for your mega caps today, guys. You know, all of them are pretty flat to negative minus Nvidia, so which means that there was a there is a chance that a lot of stocks can squeeze, right? You think about what the mega caps are. They are just a pool of liquidity for other stocks. If they're kind of taking a breather, a slower flat day, it allows other stocks to rally. Watser asking what was the call on CODI? Well, yesterday I sent out an alert to members in the option trading group. We picked up the $10 call for December. We bought it here at 680, 55 cents a con. And that stock ran yesterday and then huge pop. So just from yesterday's entry, our call options are up 30%. At the close yesterday over here, we were up 100% on our calls. Today it's gapping up even more. I don't know what I'm going to be up, but I'm excited once the market opens. And those were a pretty cheap contract at 55 cents. And now you're looking at CODI here. CODI, and it's trying to break out of this high volume gap down zone. So now you're into this gap window where if it starts to eat that liquidity, it could make quite a bit of run, right? You clear this little resistance pivot on the daily chart, and there's not really much resistance for this stock. If we have to go back quite a far time, and your next real resistance pivot is all the way down here at, call it 1077. Again, it's a tough name to chase. Just understand we picked it up yesterday and we're already deep in the money. So up to you whether you want to chase it or not. I do believe it has more upside, especially if we can get through this previous little gap down zone. But just understand chasing a stock after a 30% pump in 2 days, it's risky. It's risky. Not saying it can't work. It's certainly still a smaller market cap. You know, you look at the market cap and understand that it's only a 552 million market cap, another 20% gap up today, so you're at 750 million. So it's still under a billion. So I mean, this name can squeeze for sure, but it's risky, right? Just size appropriately. Size appropriately. All right, I'm just gonna grab some more coffee, guys, and then we'll settle in for the day trading session. Let's do the good old split screen here. Serve is probably going to get gobbled up as well, guys. I'm expecting Serve to probably bounce as well. Let's look at Nat Gas today. Coming in quite nicely. Come on down, Nat Gas. Come on down. APLD, again, that's a top short idea, guys. All right. So we do have the tailwinds in place, believe it or not, for the market to head higher here today, guys. We got yield soft, we got nat gas, crude oil down, so market can potentially trend today. Obviously, you got to be careful with the gap up. They love to sell into gap ups, but the technical trend is acting okay for the market today. You're just right now chopping inside of this parallel channel. I would still love to see it come down, but it's not a matter of what I like. So again, members, I am looking at trimming a bit of my CODI. Um, Probably trim, we got a lot of time on the clock, but I'll probably trim a quarter to 1/3 of the position. And PLD, guys, that is a top watch idea. Top watch. Crude oil, if crude oil is into an interesting level for a long as well, guys. I don't mind crude oil for a bit of a long scalp off of this area. This APLD chart is filthy. Big bounce on natural gas, guys. Shit. Nat gas having a nice bounce. That one might be slightly off of the table, but we'll watch it. Skip. Interested in fading APLD. Very interested. Hoping it can retest those pre-market highs, but anything above 38, I like a fade on APLD. Anything above 38, I don't mind that at all. So 20 seconds. You do have Microsoft going negative, Amazon negative in the pre-market, Google negative, Meta negative, Tesla, Nvidia, and Apple holding technical strength. IWM outperforming slightly. All right. this morning. APLD still acting somewhat decent here. SPY coming in a little bit, not much, just a touch. Waiting for this market to settle out. Nat gas bouncing, S&P still holding technical strength here. APLDs coming in from the highs. We've got Snapchat green, Bitfarms green, Big Bear AI green, Tilray coming in, SoFi on the high volume, Intel having a stellar day, AMD slightly negative ticker path coming in from the highs. Airlines are seeing some strength, S&P still holding some technical structure here. SPY is moving. BlackBerry's moving, guys. BlackBerry's also moving. We are in those lotto calls on BlackBerry. BB, guys. We are in lotto BB calls from yesterday. Remember, that was a high risk trade. I'm expecting to lose on it, but it is trying to move right now. BlackBerry up 1.44%. Go BlackBerry, go. Hey, our calls are actually printing green. Look at BlackBerry ripping here, guys. Come on, BlackBerry, do it for me. Do it for me. APLD still holding steady. Marijuana stocks under some near-term pressure. Let's look at how Serve is doing this morning. Markets are still acting A-OK. Serve probably going to get a bit of a buy the dip. Let's look at these quantum names. IONQ did announce that debt offering. It is falling just a little bit here. BlackBerry trying to shake and move here. SPY still holding technical strength. Nothing to do there. BlackBerry's going. BlackBerry's going. Can we get our $5 lottos in the money? Come on. Snapchat doing well. Big Bear doing well. SPY still hanging in there. BlackBerry go. Squeeze BlackBerry. Squeeze it. Please. Squeezing, guys. BlackBerry squeezing. Come on, BlackBerry. Go, 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 go. $5 calls. Come on. Get to gap fill. Get to gap fill, baby. SPY still. Still a remarkable beast right now. Holdings technical structure. Still trying to shake and move just a little bit here. It's just a touch. See what that CODI's doing. Nothing to do there for CODI. APLD is still super extended here, guys. SPY is ripping, guys. SPY is ripping here. Let's look at APLD. Wow, SERV is getting smoked here, guys. SERV. That's probably going to get a bit of a bounce at some point. It is into its lower boundary range. Crazy. I did take some profits on that CODI, guys. Members, half the profits were secured. Dollar Tree having a good day. CoreWeave still strong. Look at your S&P 500 ripping. Nat gas is bouncing phenomenally well. Higher yen still shaking and moving. APLD still shaking out some of the sellers. SPY, look at the relenting pressure in SPY. SPY is just pushing, guys, to the upside here. Got a lot of green appearing on the screen here. Quite a bit. Quantum stock under pressure from IONQ. Google doing well. Snapchat doing well. Ethereum's back to the green side. Bitcoin's bouncing quite nicely. Oklo up a couple percentage points. Semis are still acting okay. Meta is still struggling a little bit. Google, Apple, Nvidia green. Microsoft, Amazon struggling a touch. Interesting. SPY looks like it wants new all-time highs, guys. SPY is looking like it wants new all-time highs. Jeez. Relentless beast here on a Friday. You can look at the IWM. IWM is just a filthy monster right now. Nat gas bouncing tremendously. Crude oil bouncing sharply. Energy stocks catching a bit of a bid. Nice day on Dollar Tree today. BlackBerry getting slightly faded. Look at Dollar Tree pushing to the upside here. Starting to squeeze just a bit. BlackBerry CODY taking some profits. Ticker Wolf is seeing some nice strength today. WULF. Let's look at what was it? Rocket Labs, RKLB, coming in from the highs just a little bit. APLD still a beast up here, guys. A little bit of semiconductors seeing some sell side pressure today, guys. We are seeing AMD, Micron under a little bit of pressure. APLD still ripping here. Coming into a shortable level on APLD, guys. We are coming into a shortable level on APLD. Some shares short APLD, 38.26, 38.26, half position. 38.26, half position short APLD. Just common shares for me. If you're wanting to take options, the 36, 35s, 34s probably could work out. APLD squeezing to the high side here. Retesting its pre-market high. My next ad level on APLD would be around 39.50. APLD. Just a little bit. You're still seeing this market acting extremely well. S&P 500 trying to push here. Did take over 100% on CODI. Seeing that GWH still pushing. APLD up 32.3%. SPY into a little bit of resistance here, but still holding up A-OK for now. Time high on SPY, guys. Prior day high is your all-time high. A little bit of rejection there for APLD. SPY is still trying to trend here, just a touch. SPY busting through the highs with force. SPY is still a machine pushing here. S&P is doing the good old-fashioned float and grind. AMD is struggling today, guys. BlackBerry's still trying to push. CoreWeave having a good day. Webull nicely positive. Copper stock seeing some strength. DraftKings under a lot of pressure. ENVX squeezing. IONQ under some pressure. SPY is into that all-time high level, guys. It is trying to squeeze into all-time high. A bit of a double top liquidity sweep is a short zone on your S&P 500 if you're wanting to take any lotto puts. 671 lottos would be a crazy lotto. But I'm thinking of shorting SPY at a sweep of the all-time high, guys. I'm looking at some 671 lottos on SPY. Gonna keep it small, but that's what I'm looking at. Alright, so again, we are short APLD. Common shares, if you're looking to get into put options, 0 DTEs, 36s, 35s. If you're really aggressive, 34s are down here around that pivot, could work out. S&P did make a new high, guys. S&P made a new high there. Just a heads up. We're still seeing SoFi ripping, Serve under pressure, Cypher ripping, Open slightly negative, Big Bear having a nice day. Again, I'm looking at trimming APLD kind of into this area down here, this 34 zone. S&P getting a little bit of top wick distribution. Still holding up A-OK though. SPY starting to get a little bit heavier here, but still holding up quite remarkably. ENVX is squeezing quite nicely. Very, very nicely. AMD is still struggling a touch here, guys. Hood is slightly green. Energy stocks are still under a bit of pressure. Crude oil still trying to bounce just a touch here. Yields are still negative. VIX is positive. SPY up 0.3. QQQ up 0.34. IWM is leading the charge. That's up 0.62%. Microsoft green. Nvidia slightly green. Apple up 0.5%. Google up 0.8. Meta is negative. Tesla up 0.6. JP Morgan having a stellar day. SPY getting a little bit heavier here, ladies and gents. How nasty do they want to get? Do they want to take us downtown? Do they want to do a good old-fashioned gap and crack? AMD is getting heavy here, guys. AMD getting smoked a little bit. Triggering a bit of a bearish formation. Head and shoulders on your 10-minute chart for AMD takes us down to 219. That could play out today. Nat gas having a stellar bounce. Yields are still softer than ever. Big hold hard down candle in your SPY. APLD still holding steady. Again, you did a brief liquidity sweep with that all-time high on SPY. Nice little decline starting to hit the tape here. Your S&P 500 is coming in hard from the highs. APLD still holding remarkably well. SPY is getting heavier here, guys. Are they going to take us negative? You've got the backdrop of Amazon Meta struggling, Microsoft about to go negative. Is Nvidia going to go negative? We will find out. But it's gone negative, so semis are seeing a little bit of distribution here, guys. Semiconductors are seeing some distribution. APLD, SOXX is still selling off here. Marijuana stocks got wrecked. AMD getting wrecked, down 2.2. IONQ down 4. Duolingo still holding steady. XOM really struggling here. APLD is still holding some technical structure here. Semis are bouncing just a little bit. Google still acting well. Microsoft still holding steady. Nvidia is still holding slightly positive. Is the market gonna go negative, or is this just your first little initial dip? And then do we rip? Ethereum back to the negative side, Bitcoin getting sold into. So crypto's weakened up here, guys. Nvidia's starting to see a little bit more selling. Semis are still trying to bounce. AMD bouncing a little bit, but Nvidia is seeing a little bit of selling here. Still trying to bounce. Dixie still hovering at 99.30. AMD's trying to stabilize just a little bit here. Markets are stabilizing. Semiconductors are trying to stabilize. S&P 500 trying to trickle a little bit lower. What is the S&P gonna do here? We are trying to trickle a little bit lower here. We're trickling. Semis are still looking a little bit dicey here. Coming in just a touch. They're still trying to hold S&P heavy here. SPY getting a little bit heavier here. APLD still holding steady. Interesting. So you had one positive 10-minute candle close there on SPY. SPY starting to melt just a little bit. Crude oil still softening. Dixie still softening just a touch. AMD trying to hold steady. Your semiconductors are still heavy through your SOXX, guys. SPY and Qs are kind of neck and neck right now. Nvidia is still hanging in there. Nvidia getting a nice bit. D still struggling. SOXX still struggling just a little bit. Down slightly on the session. AMD still seeing more sell side. Microsoft just went negative. Amazon still negative. JP Morgan holding steady. SPY still holding steady. IWM still outperforming. Nvidia, Apple, and Google acting very well. Tesla still holding up decently well. Still trying to defend the S&P 500 here. Dixie still negative. Gold got sold into, guys. AMD still trying to hold 228-ish. SOXX is still slightly negative, so you still have more net distribution in your semis, but QQQ and SPY are still holding steady. Russell 2000 still acting well. Nvidia trying to get a push to 194 now. So Nvidia acting quite well again. Nvidia is getting a hard 10-minute candle stick to the upside. Very, very good price action for Nvidia starting to form here. SPY trying to push a little bit higher here. Iron starting to push. Whole market is starting to push higher here. APLD pushing back for its pre-market high. Excuse me. Nvidia is still acting quite well. AMD has triggered a bit of a bearish formation, guys, this morning. 10-minute head and shoulders does take us a little bit lower on AMD. Takes us, believe it or not, to about 220, 219.50. But the market is still holding quite strongly right now. BlackBerry went negative. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Energy is still under some pressure in the near term, guys. ENVX trying to squeeze just a little bit. Duolingo, really good day. Snapchat having a really good day. APLD still trying to push here. S&P trying to push. A little bit of top wick distribution in NVIDIA and AMD. AMD is running into its prior day low. SPY acting quite well here. Trying to get it back above that value area high. AMD catching a nice bid now. Here, US dollar index is trying to curl up a little bit. Meta's still struggling. Yields are still soft. VIX is slightly green on the session, guys. Open doors down a little bit. A little bit more hard selling coming into your S&P, seeing more distribution in your semiconductors. SOXX is making another new low on the session, guys. So you have some material weakness in your semis today. AMD got slapped off of its prior day low. So they could easily take this market down to gap fill, guys. Yes, they could. That was a hard little sell candle on your S&P 500 there. Still not really into much support here. You got a 1-minute EMA coming up, but potentially a little bit of a 1-minute micro head and shoulders pattern trying to trigger here. You can see the 1-minute pattern on SPY breaking, which takes us down to gap fill. We'll see if that wants to play out. They're still trying to defend SPY, but your semiconductors are weak. If NVIDIA starts to give up some steam, we all know it could drag this market lower. AMD's acting pretty heavy here. APLD, we're still waiting. They're still trying to defend SPY off of this little bit of a break on the 1-minute chart. Again, this is very micro. Venkat is inputs. NVIDIA is still holding technical strength. You can see they're trying to get back above that little neckline zone. So the pattern is trying to get negated after a little bit of a hard candle down. Quite a bit of volatility. APLD is still trying to push here. Crude oil softening. Semis are still trying to find a little bit of a bid. NVIDIA, AMD. NVIDIA's got a little bit of 10-minute selling happening. SPY still just chopping around kind of in no man's land at this point. Off of the highs, off of the lows. We are trying to break trend on the 1-minute chart. A little bit of a micro channel forming on SPY today. APLD squeezing. Meta still struggling. Microsoft, Amazon still struggling. Google, Apple, Nvidia holding up A-OK. Tesla's just middling but still positive. JP Morgan up 1%, so financials are showing a little bit of positivity in the tape today. APLD is still in full beast mode, trying to press a little bit higher. S&P still trickling a little bit lower. Crude oil softening a touch more. Still have strength in CLSK, Wolf, SoFi, DNN, SLE, Gorv. Open door bouncing off of its lows but still negative. Intel still holding steady. APLD still up 32. Big Bear squeezing up 10%. SPY is trickling lower here. Nice hard selling coming into your S&P. Still seeing some dip buyers. AMD's catching some liquidity. Nvidia's still trying to hold steady. S&P 500 still trying to hold above this opening range. NVIDIA trying to make a push. SOX is getting a nice little bit of a bid, SOXX. Q's and SPY are kind of neck and neck right now in terms of performing each other. XOM right back down to the lows. Crude oil still under sub 60. SPY is trying to trickle a little bit lower. Still heavy. NVIDIA trying to hold steady. Your dollar's softening just a touch here, guys. See, they're going to try to make a little bit of a peekaboo breakout, maybe. AMD new lows, guys. AMD making new lows. SOXX is still trying to bounce. It's still slightly negative. SPY Qs and everything is holding steady, though. They are holding this market steady Eddie. Steady as she goes. SPY's trying to break out here. Catching some liquidity right now. Let's see if this is a fake breakout. If they slap it down, we should go to gap fill. If they break us out here, then we're going to new highs. This is an aggressive short zone on SPY, guys. It's an aggressive short zone. If you're wanting to get in puts, that is your back test short. Keep your stops tight. But that is an aggressive zone. All right, I'm going to get into 671 puts, guys. High risk trading, 0 DTE. APLD still holding steady. AMD still weak. NVIDIA trying to push though, guys. So they're once again, they're trying to crowd that NVIDIA trade. I'm taking a high risk SPY trade. High risk. 671 zeros. Stop loss 31 cents. Again, if they break us out, they're probably going to try to trend us yet again into another all-time high. But if they fail this breakout, then we should head down to new lows, at least gap fill. The problem is NVIDIA is trying to push for new highs here, acting quite well. AMD still struggling. JP Morgan acting quite well. Microsoft, Amazon still struggling. Apple green. Majority of mega caps are green, so it's a tough market to short here. It's very aggressive. XOM still coming in quite sharply. AVGO. Broadcom AVGO, that's coming in quite nicely. IWM is starting to trickle a little bit lower here. It's still holding some structure. Apple Dapple, that's still acting quite well. Microsoft, still trying to hold on to positive price action here, guys. Nvidia is still ripping. Nvidia is a beast right now. Full beast mode. They're actually consolidating SPY somewhat decently here, but got a lot of top wicks forming there, which is saying that there are some sellers trying to keep price action at bay here. APLD, AMD trying to bounce a little bit. Nvidia freaking beasting right now. Nvidia is going for another new all-time high. Holy moly, Nvidia is just a freaking straight monster. Come on, SPY, trickle it lower. They're still trying to hold steady here. Microsoft trying to push. APLD, come on APLD. Drop it like it's hot. SPY still holding steady here. Steady as she goes. APLD getting a little bit heavier here. Microsoft, Nvidia still squeezing. Generally, the SOXX, guys, is curling down. So semis are still seeing net distribution. You do have your SOXX negative on the session. What a stellar day on Pepsi, guys. I'm going to take full profits on Pepsi, guys. Full profits on Pepsi calls. All right, guys, I'm out of Pepsi. The 146 calls, I'm all out of Pepsi. Nice dip there on SPY, guys. Really good dip. We should have a failed breakout there. We should go to gap fill now. It's just a matter of if they want to chop us down. So I sold all of my Pepsi calls, guys. 146 calls with members. Beautiful little trade there. Look at Pepsi today, up 3.1%. Beautiful trade there on Pepsi. Come on, SPY. Dump us down here. Dump us down. Still could be trying to form an inverted head and shoulders, but that should be a failed breakout. Nvidia is still ripping here. Crazy to think. Alright, SPY's starting to come in a little bit more. Come on, chop us down, SPY. Microsoft reversing. Nice profits on Pepsi this morning, guys. AMD going for new lows. SOXX trying for new lows here. SPY getting a little bit heavier here. You're now forming this wedge pattern. That first initial wedge failed. Come on, SPY. Nice potential failed breakout on your 1-minute chart. Send us down to gap. Send us down to gap. Send it. Send it. Nvidia's got some top wick distribution. Your SOXX is still looking pretty heavy here. SPY's still just chopping off of the lows, but starting to come in just a little bit here. AMD still just hanging on to its lows. Come on, give us new lows, SPY. Give us new lows. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Dump it. Dumpy, dumpy, dumpy. We're at the bottom of the wedge. Break this wedge. Show us the power of a failed breakout. A failed intraday breakout. Come on, that looked like a bull flag. They knifed it. Beautiful job so far on our puts. Come on, knife it through this area. We've tested this area once. Get heavy, get heavy. Nvidia still holding. Microsoft curling. SPY breaking. AMD just printed a new low there. SPY puts are ripping, guys. Rippers. Come on. Take us downtown. Take us down, guys. Take us down. Here we go. Come on. Get heavy, get heavy. You got more in you. APLD. SOX just printed a new low, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, SPY. Dump that shit into the ground. Beautiful. Come on, keep going. You got more in you. That's a nice bearish break. Give us a new low. Sweep that 10-minute low candle. Sweep that low. Pierce that 1-minute EMA. Come on, give us more. Nvidia's got a nasty top wick distribution forming. Nice, guys. We are falling sharply here. Trimmed some SPY, trimmed half of my SPY puts there, guys. Trimmed half of my SPY puts, I repeat. Trimmed half at 68 cents. Beautiful gain there. Move stop to break even. Beautiful gain, guys. Stunning gain there on SPY, guys. I like it a lot. Amazing. Amazing trade. All right, next target, guys, is gap fill. I'm just going to keep a break even. Profits were secured. Everyone had time to get in on that. 41 cents to 68 cents on first trim. I like it a lot. That's what I'm talking about, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that bounce off that EMA. That's why we take some profits there. Stunning. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Look at that. So that was a nice setup, guys. 65% gain on the first trim there, guys. And just make sure you have a stop loss in place. This is the danger of chasing shorts, right? They rip it back on you. But excellent trade there, guys. Wonderful. Book profits, yep. 65% gain for me, 55% for Venkat. Nicely done. What is the EMA? It's the 113, exponential moving average 113. And I just have mine in orange because that's the color I like. But that was beautiful, guys. So the trend is slowly starting to break down on SPY here intraday. Actually, no, we still are holding a higher close. Even though we made a wick low, you never made a, actually, yeah, you did make a 1-minute lower close, guys. So the trend is broken here. Pops are likely going to get faded today, guys. Pops are likely going to get faded, I repeat. APLD, we're still short APLD. Can we get 2 for 2 today? Can we get 2 for 2? Holy shit, I actually just looked at my my SPY contract. I sold at 70 cents there. That was stunning. I thought it was a 68-cent fill. It was a 70-cent fill. It's even higher profit. That's what I'm talking about. All right, we're still up on these puts, but again, guys, just keep a break even. My stop loss is at 41 cents. Short the pop environment is still looking a-okay in my opinion. All right, let's see what else we got here. AMD trying to make a little bit of a push here. SPY's trying to make a bit of a push. Crude oil still weak on the session. SPY could easily try to start punching through the highs here, guys. Just be aware. What else we got going on? Yeah, it is a good entry for puts. I'm a little bit more conservative. I would wait for a retest of this, the 672.80 zone, but it's not a bad area, that's for sure. Nvidia is still trying to push to the upside here. So that's a little bit of troublesome price action. Oklow's still in full beast mode. What is Serve doing? Ah, wow, nice. It's been a good session so far already. Nice job there, Venkat. Putting in a nice little trade alert there, entering puts, and it is falling slightly. So again, that was a nice move on our Pepsi calls as well, guys. We booked 50% on those 146s, and we were sitting down a little bit on Pepsi, but stunning 2-bar surge breakout. Nicely done. If we can just get this APLD to fall, I'd be happy as ever. Nvidia now starting to see a little bit of distribution. So NVDA coming in a little bit. Some good Oklo here. Oh, uranium up 5% today? That is filthy. Filthy. SPY still trying to recover here. Again, we've made some nice profits already in the live trading room here, guys. Let's see if this APLD can pay us. I'm looking for this red zone to come into play at some point here. AMD is still struggling quite a bit. What a punch there on SPY, guys. SPY's ripping. SPY did stop me out on the runners, guys. Break even on the runners. Market's looking structurally more bullish now. So I'm going to look at XOM 112 calls, XOM 0DT 112 calls, super cheap, 112 calls on XOM. I'm in at 29 cents, size for loss accordingly. So there in the market for the S&P 500, stunning reversal. APLD still trying. Is still trying to push here. SPY is still holding somewhat steady. SPY getting sold into just a little bit. Crude still a little bit weaker on the session. APLD still trying to come in just a touch. SPY starting to get a little bit heavier. Semis are still trying to bounce. NVIDIA is still holding technical strength. SPY getting heavy here. NVIDIA just printed a new all-time high, guys. NVIDIA printed a new all-time high. It is pumping and surging to the upside here. XOM is trying to shake and move here, guys. Come on, XOM. Keep pressing here. XOM trying to get a little bit of a push here. SPY, on SPY, potential inverse head and shoulders here on the 1 minute, guys. SPY looking a little bit structurally more bullish right now. If it can break out of this, then we're going to get sent to new all-time high on SPY land. I repeat, if we break out, there's an upside target. Come on, XOM. NVIDIA is still ripping, trying to surge. APLD still acting fairly well. Come on, APLD, you're so extended here. Come on down. Nvidia ripping, guys. Nvidia ripping. Oh, XOM coming in. Dixie is trying to firm up here just a bit, guys. So your US dollar index is trying to shake and move a little bit. Canopy Growth got sold into today. AMD still struggling. Dollar Tree having a stunning day. DLTR. Boeing slightly green. DraftKings getting slapped. IONQ still acting somewhat okay considering it announced a shelf offering, but it's still down 1.7. Pepsi stunning session. Open doors slightly negative. Okta getting slapped. PayPal down. Ethereum and crypto are still struggling immensely today. Nat gas still down about 1.97%. Bitcoin still struggling a little bit. SPY again had that bearish breakdown. That was a nice short on SPY. It is trying to firm up as we speak. The market's looking a little bit more structurally sound, I would say. It had a bit of a failed breakout here from this lower trend line. And now the bulls have recaptured a key trend line. So you're flipping from a failed breakout to a failed bearish breakdown. So it's a very mixed tape today, guys. The market makers are trying to really trap liquidity on both sides, the bear and the bull. You can see we've really gone nowhere, right? We had that initial pump, then they sold us off. Now we're getting a dump. So we're kind of just chopping and burning a bunch of premium right now in theta. Hasn't given us a directional break out of the opening range high or opening range low. So this is why it's a very risky and choppy tape, you know. It's a day where you're likely not wanting to chase a trend because they're trying to rope people in on both sides of the trade. Look at how they tried breaking us out of that opening range high, and then they slapped right back down. So as traders are piling on the long side, trying to front run the orb breakout strategy, they slapped it down. As traders tried trading the opening range breakdown strategy, they pushed it right back up. So it's very, very tricky tape today, guys. So far, they have not given us a directional trade in the indices, and that for that reason, I'm more inclined to stay away from the indices at this point. We got our nice 65% gain on SPY put options, but right now it's kind of the markets are in no man's land. Took nice profits on Pepsi. Unfortunately, BlackBerry Lottos didn't work out. They still maybe could. XOM going for a little bit of a potential lotto on XOM. Again, it's smaller size. S&P 500 is trying to show a little bit of strength here. APLD, we're still up on our APLD, but I think this stock should come in quite a bit more. I mean, we're up just over 3%, but I could see APLD coming in. I could easily see it coming back down to this previous high pivot. Where are we on the weekly here? Let me go to this weekly time frame. Yeah, that high pivot on the weekly is a big, big level that it just shattered through. But it's a tough market to short these high-flying stocks. They just have a mind of their own. I'm telling you. All right, XOM still just middling, not doing too much here. Slightly rejected off of its prior day high, guys. Nvidia is seeing some sell side. off of its PDH, all-time high as well. XOM is trying to catch a little bit of liquidity here. See if we can get this to break out. This could be a nice little, couple 100% trade. If I think oil is going to make a move into the back half of the session, typically when you see a little bit of selling in your semis, which in the morning session we have seen some semiconductor selling. I know crude oil is weak right now, down 2.3, but it's into a really big, it's back testing a nice liquidity pivot on the daily chart. It filled that daily gap fill. It's a very speculative trade, but I think that it could work out. S&P getting slapped right back down there, guys. Crazy. XOM trying to make a bit of a push here. XOM trying to get some liquidity here, guys. Trying to make a move. We are squeezing the energy. Let's go. Crude oil hasn't even firmed up yet, but XOM shaking and moving. Breaking out of a little bit of a 1 minute inverse head and shoulders. XOM squeeze, baby, squeeze. SPY catching a nice bid as well. Back testing a key 5 minute moving average. Look at XOM squeezing, guys. Beautiful. Let's go XOM. Let's go XOM. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze it. SPY getting sold into yet again. Come on, XOM is trying here. Squeeze it, XOM. Imagine XOM heads back to its OR high or gap fill. That would be stunning, guys. XLE is backtesting a big area, so XLE is tagging the daily 200 moving average today. The daily 200 moving average on XLE is in a slight uptrend. Come on, push it, Push it, XOM. SPY's still just chopping around here, guys. SPY just chopping around. Which way is SPY going to break? That is the question. A little bit of selling on your 2 minute chart of XOM. Running into some little bit of minor resistance. SPY getting a little bit heavier. Nvidia still holding technical structure. Your dollar is starting to soften just a little bit. SPY's just kind of diddling here, not really making a move. Robinhood has seen a nasty decline. Dollar Tree still pumping, guys. DLTR. MongoDB seeing quite a bit of selling today. Starbucks trying to bounce. Guys, XOM could be the huge 0DTE winner today, guys. If we get oil to slowly recover some of these gains, XOM could be the big winner today. This could be the 0DTE red to green reversal trade. Come on, XOM. If you pay me. Come on, XOM. Keep going. Pay me, XOM. I gotta go fill up my truck anyways. Alright, your S&P 500 is still just chopping around, trying to get a little bit of a breakdown occurring. Minor breakdown potential. Nvidia seeing some top wick distribution. Crude oil still seeing a little bit of selling. APLD seeing a little bit of selling. SPY getting a little heavier here, ladies and gents. XOM back under 112, dollars selling. SPY still holding that 1 minute EMA 113. We have not got a range break just yet, guys, but it's trying. Your S&P is trying. Nvidia still just holding quite steady. What is nat gas doing? Nat gas is trying to make a move here, guys. So natural gas trying to push to the upside, still down 1.3, but nicely off of the lows. Wow, uranium is just a full-on beast mode. Absolutely filthy. S&P 500 is still seeing some top wick distribution and selling, guys. We are looking a little bit dicey here in Spyland. Looking a little bit dicey. Top wick distribution. Still trying to hold that 1 minute MA. EMA, APLD trickling a little bit lower here. Nice. APLD is falling a little bit sharper now. SPY is still acting, being defended off that 1 minute EMA. So you bounced once, bouncing twice. We'll see if the bounce is a little less extreme this go around. SPY still acting quite well. Nvidia still holding steady. APLD, chop it down, guys. Chop APLD down. Come on. SPY still bouncing. XOM still bouncing. Still seeing this APLD falling nicely. I like it. XOM, come on XOM, squeeze it. Big bounce on your S&P 500. APLD still coming in hot and heavy here, guys. Excuse me. XOM trying to push for new highs. APLD trying to crack that $36 level. Come on, crack 36 APLD. Crude oil, guys, making a move here. WTI crude trying to get back above 60. So you have nat gas and crude trying to make a move here. XOM, come on, nice 2-minute bull flag. Break it. Break that bull flag, XOM. That would trigger a nice continuation move. APLD is cracking 36 bucks. I like it. I like it a lot. Right now we're up just over 6%, guys, but I'm looking for more. I think we can get a nice double-digit gain on the short trade here on APLD, guys. Come on, squeeze it. Please hit that like button, guys. We've produced a lot of alpha already on the stream. Again, I'm not even looking to take profits on my share short APLD. I think it's into a very good swing trading short level, so although there's obviously day tradable bounces that could occur, especially if the markets try to firm up here, I think that there's going to be quite a bit of profit taking still set to resume in this company. Sarfraz is saying Big Bear AI looking good. Let's look at BBAI for Sarfraz. Yeah, it's consolidating quite nicely. It did break out on your daily chart. So you can see Big Bear, but you got to be careful that this could be a little bit of a liquidity sweep, guys. Strong move. It is in squeeze mode, but let it back and fill a little bit. I don't know how much more it could squeeze today. It needs to at least find. Yeah, it's looking it's looking very good for sure. All right, your S&P 500 is catching another little bid here. For SPY, they are trying to break out. No breakout yet in crude. S&P backtesting value area high 673.05, looking to trigger an inverted head and shoulders. Nvidia is still charging into the all-time highs. This is again an aggressive short zone, guys. This is a breakout. Every single breakout, they've faded. Every single breakdown, they've pushed it back up. So it's a counter trending trading day. There's no trend yet in the market. It is counter trending. So you short the attempt at breakouts and you long the failed breakdowns. That's what the market makers are doing right now. It's a counter trending trading day. So until it proves it otherwise, you basically short the market. Every time it tries to break out of a little bit of a bullish pattern, you short it. Every time it tries to break down out of a bearish pattern, you long it. Until we get that bigger directional break where we start trending. So this is a shortable level for SPY, but just understand, keep your stops tight in case they do. Well, they could do like a quick volume impulse candle and then a reversal, but it is into a shortable level here for your S&P 500 until we get that definitive breakout. The breakout would roughly be a close above this candle here, this little reversal candle. That's what your breakout would consist of. So you can see they are trying to break it out, but it hasn't done so just yet. XOM trying to break out, 112.09. Trying to go for another high of day here for XOM. Come on, XOM, get squeezy with it. APLD still trickling a little bit lower. You see, look at that reversal. They are slapping those breakout buyers. Look at that. That's fucking filthy. Sorry for my language, guys, but filthy. Nvidia still charging, slightly off of its highs, but still acting very well. Up 1.43%. Nat gas, crude oil still struggling. XOM is going for that breakout. Here we go. Come on, XOM. Nice squeeze, guys. Nice squeeze potentially. Look at this little inverted head and shoulders on XOM's 1-minute chart. This is pushing and crude oil is still staying fairly muted. So XOM breaking out of an intraday pattern could send it back to OR high. That is stunning to see. Pump it, XOM. Pump it to the high side. All right, we'll flip back to SPY here. APLD still trickling. Look at the breakout selling that the market makers goes back above 60. It's still trying here. APLD still trickling a little bit lower. Come on, next leg down, APLD. Next leg down. Give it to us. What are you hitting right now? A 5-minute MA. XOM is looking a bit more squeezier now. WTI crude trying to firm up. XOM squeezing, guys. XOM is starting to frickin' move here. I like it. I like it a lot. We are pushing a little bit of resistance here off that 1-minute EMA, but wow, that is starting to move, guys. That is starting to move. S&P 500 still. Look at that blasting off on XOM, guys. Crude oil is now starting to make a move. XOM is squeezing. XOM is starting to move here. Spread is blowing out on XOM, which is telling me that they want people to get long, but they want to pay that premium for it. XOM is in full beast mode, guys. Full beast mode. SPY still struggling. APLD trying to make a little bit of a move here. SPY selling off just a little bit. SPY still seeing a little bit of selling off of that little neckline zone. S&P 500 trying to make another little move here, guys. Nice profits on X. We are deep in the money on XOM. Deep in the money. $63% on our XOM calls, guys, but looking for more. APLD trying to make a little bit of a move here. That's seeing a decent sized bounce. S&P still trying to bounce. Look at XOM flying, guys. It is flying here to the high side. Woof, new highs. We are just printing on XOM, guys. Printing. Stunning price action. I love it. I love it. My average is at 29 cents. Called that out a while ago on XOM, guys. Look at that. Crude oil starting to make a move. Look at XOM flying. Holy moly, guys. It is just ripping here to the upside. That is stunning price action. All right, guys, I just trimmed half of my XOM calls there. Trimmed half. Beautiful gain, guys. Holy moly. Trimmed half at 57 cents there, guys. Moving stops to break even. It's crazy, guys. Oof, look at that. What a sell there, guys. It's still strong intraday, and I still think it can go higher, but that was amazing. Let's see if we can get this APLD now to fall. What a trade, guys. Again, please hit that like button, guys. That was a nice, easy trade that we called out for everyone. Craziness. That's a crazy, crazy trade, guys. Hopefully you all caught that with us. That was called out quite a while ago. Still looking to press this APLD short into the ground. Wow, IONQ having a stellar reversal. Dollar Tree still squeezing. Sit back at SPY here. Whoa! There must be news, guys. Holy moly, what the heck was that? That's fucking filthy. Holy shit. What just happened? There's news, guys. There must be news. There's no economic data. Oh, the 1 year? No. What the heck? Holy shit. What is going on? What is going on here, guys? I have no idea what just happened, but holy moly smokes, guys. That just absolutely got wrecked. What the hell happened? What was that? What was that? Yo! Does anyone know what news just transpired there? That was insane. Oh my gosh. What just happened? What just happened there? That was filthy, guys. Oh my gosh. What is the news, guys? Anyone have it? Anyone have that news? I don't even know what it was. Peter, what are you posting there? Yeah, crazy. That is just filthy, guys. We are fucking falling fast. Tariff related news, maybe? It's an aggressive dip by there, but that was a huge knife. Just be careful. These spreads are blowing out on all contracts here, guys. That was a huge fall there. Inflation and job scarcity. I don't know. There might be a tariff headline, Trump or something. That was a nasty dump there, guys. Whoa, man. Look at that, guys. That is just fucking filthy. Everything dumping here, guys. All right, I'm trimming half of my APLD, guys. I'm going to trim half. Trump is considering tariff increases on China. Trump considering tariff increases on China, guys. That is a very, very negative escalation headline. That is filthy, guys. What a freaking dump there. Be careful about trying to buy this dip. Be very, very careful. Looking at mineral stocks, rare earth metals, guys. They should pump on the back of this China escalation. They should really pump. IWM is just falling sharply lower here, guys. Crude oil now falling. Everything's seeing some distribution. A lot of stocks just got slapped. A lot of stocks got slapped, guys. All right, I'm all out of my XOM calls. The rest of those are break even. IWM still falling. Yep, Trump versus China. Look at that move. We are coming into a huge level here for SPY. It's aggressive, but that is a bearish headline, guys. If you're wanting to be an aggressive trader, you could try, but wow, that's a structural fundamental change in the market. Not a good thing for the market to whoa, that is a bearish breakdown, guys. That is a bear. I gotta go to the SPX here because I'm gonna look for a indice trade. So I'm just gonna look at the SPY charts here just to see where we're at structurally on the daily. We are coming into the SPX 20. So there's potentially a scalp long here. But whew, that was fucking dirty. That was dirty, guys. APLD, we printed on that. Wow, look at that bounce on SPY already. That's crazy. All right, I'm just gonna let this settle down here. We booked profits. We booked profits today. I am happy as ever. I would consider getting back into XOM. I could only imagine if escalation with China occurs, that could only help the that could only help crude oil probably firm up a little bit. But Tesla, everything got slapped there, guys, except for gold. Gold's still pushing. Rare earth mineral stocks are acting well. AMD got smoked. That fell 4%. Wow. So right away, SPX could easily come down to that 20-day, guys. SPX could come down to that 20-day. You're hitting some hourly chart support, so there is a big level here for the S&P 500, but that's a hard technical, structural, and fundamental change in the overall equity market. IWM falling lower as well. Holy moly. That's crazy. Everything is now a sea of red except for a handful of staple stocks. Canopy Growth got slaughtered. Some staples. Oklo still holding steady with nuclear. China names got smoked. Everything just went red, guys. It's amazing how funds can just bang hit the sell side button on every single position in the port, right? It's fucking crazy. So crazy. Holy moly. That was amazing to see. That was truly amazing. So now we got to look to see what the heck is going on. Where do they want to go? I think they're going to try to sweep that 20-day moving average. It's a big level for SPY. There is a lot of support on the hourly chart basis, but we are heavy here. That was absolutely filthy, guys. Filthy. Wow, I gotta go look at some of this here. UVXY just punched through to $11, guys. UVXY is starting to also squeeze. So just be careful. This VIX on a Friday is a structural change in the market that could be very bearish. That's crazy. Craziness, craziness, craziness. Just be careful. This market could still go lower, guys. So we booked a nice chunk, over 9% on APLD, guys. Over 9%. You are bouncing on the IWM off of a massive volume point of control. SPY's trying to settle in here just a little bit. Crude oil still looking somewhat weak. Nat gas still coming in. Financials are still holding. Nvidia's still green, but your Qs are now underperforming. Russell's also underperforming. That was crazy. Look at Nike here. Nike getting slapped. New lows for Nike, eh? Still, spreads are still wide in this tape, guys. Still very wide. And just be careful, this type of news is structurally very bearish, guys. Structurally very bearish. It's not something you want to fuck around with. We could still go lower. I mean, they could keep this market pinned near the lows for quite a long time here, so just be careful with this news. Just simultaneously, we knifed through prior day low. We've broken a value area low on SPY. Looking at IWM, IWM had a quick hourly chart bounce off of this area. It's a risky area to buy still. We could still go lower. I know there's a lot of dip momentum buyers in this market, and that's proven as a good strategy. But spreads are still wide, guys. They're wanting people to pay some serious premiums here. It's insane, that move down. Absolutely insane, guys. Markets are heavy here. What's up, Ram? How you doing? Trump escalating tariffs with China. It's a big headline, guys. Over the weekend, it's not a nice thing to see if you're an institutional investor. Just when the government's supposed to be shut down and things are supposed to be a little bit more rosy because government's out of the way, Trump comes out and slaps the market with potential tariff headline escalation. XOM still looks interesting down here, guys. We booked profits in this market. I mean, I'm amazed that we avoided that whole thing. We fucking banked on APLD today, guys. Absolutely crushed it. We banked on XOM calls right before that collapse. We took profits at the highs, 95%. A couple people rode SPY puts. That was a huge drop. I mean, I don't even know what the lotto SPY puts went to, but those just printed. AMD down 5% now and ripping to the downside. Nvidia still looking heavy, guys. Just be careful of this market. Just be very careful. Let's look at that SPY hourly chart. Again, you are hitting a hourly chart moving average. You fulfilled that M-top pattern, so there's obviously some support here. But that's a pretty big technical breakdown. And I could see SPY heading down to here, guys. This 664 is where I would try to trade on the long side. 664 is potentially an area where I would be interested in. While XOM is now bouncing sharply, as investors are saying, hey, if there's escalation in trading, you're probably going to get energy stocks to bid up here. Not looking too bad. Bit of a bounce starting to occur in your main indices. I'm just watching two SPY charts here, a couple different time frames because it's a big collapse, right? It's a big volatility expansion range there. Wow, Oklo is just a beast. Oklo is ripping. XOM ripping. Had you taken XOM calls yet again, that would have paid. Paid. That's crazy. Nvidia back to the dark side of the moon. Nvidia still looks like it could go lower, guys, which is why I'm just being careful with this market. But honestly, my money's been made this morning, guys. We've hit some crazy gains today. We hit some crazy gains today, so I've made quite a bit of money from XOM calls to SPY puts to this APLD. I mean, whenever you can get over 9%, guys, on APLD puts, 9%, guys. Just on common shares, those of you that took Wow, even Ferrari's coming in, getting another alert. What was my other alert for? I got something else on. Oh, it was Nike. It was Nike. But yeah, look at Ferrari, guys. We traded the heck out of that yesterday. I might be interested in trading that again today. Rari sweeping the lows. Yes, sir. I like it. I like it. Let me see what those October 17ths are looking like. But Rari getting sold into new lows. How are those 410s, those 410 calls on Ferrari, I believe are more expensive than yesterday, and we're at the lows. No ways. Oh, no, no, those are at 590. Sorry, stand corrected. Still a wide spread on Ferrari. A whole dollar spread? Are you kidding me, Ferrari? That's fucking filthy. That's just nasty. That is just nasty. Robin Hood's still getting slapped around. Nvidia's still selling here, guys, so just be careful. It's in the equity market. Again, mineral stocks, guys, rare earth metals, resource stocks should catch a pretty significant bid. So big bounces across the board, guys. Really sizable bids. China stocks got absolutely slaughtered. SPY could chop here and form a bit of a flag. Look at BABA, guys. Nasty. Nice job, NCAT. Nice job. Oklo is still a beast mode. Full beast on OKLO. Ripping. Still getting slapped. Weeble under a lot of pressure as well. XOM ripping back to the highs. Gold is ripping, guys. It's crazy. XOM is ripping. Nvidia now falling again, guys. Watch out. Nvidia's falling. Nvidia coming in sharply. It's a volatility here, guys. Crazy. I'm glad I've made my money. We've printed, guys. 3 for 3 today. 3 for 3. Again, I think SPY could still come lower here. I think I have this TP on this bigger retrace level. You know, it's hitting hourly chart support, but I don't know. I still think that we could come a little bit lower. I would consider buying SPY once it settles down. The spreads are still so wide across the board, and we're only now seeing NVIDIA starting to come in, guys. Look at NVIDIA. M-top formation has triggered on NVIDIA. So you've triggered this beautiful bearish M-top formation on NVIDIA, and it's knifing hard. So this M-top formation suggests, you know, quite a bit of more downside, at least into your gap fill. Yeah, Trump and China. Trump escalating tariffs potentially on China. So rare earth metals, you know, it's almost like there's it seems to me that Trump is kind of preparing for war. It really does seem like that. Look at Nvidia just falling, Ferrari falling. Look at SPY right back down, guys. That's fucking filthy. Sorry, I'm swearing a lot today. This is crazy action. Crazy action. Look at SOXS is flying today, guys. That's full beast mode. Full beast mode. SPY getting slapped. Nvidia just crumbling, guys. Your VIX is trying to explode here. Look at your UVXY. We could be having a nasty session here, guys. Nasty. I am so glad I've booked my profits already today. Nvidia's just getting wrecked here, guys. Absolutely wrecked. Still a lot of stocks that could fall here. Holy moly, look at SPY ripping to the downside here. Let's look at this SPX chart. Let's go to the hourly, right back down to the lows, guys. Right back down to the lows on SPX. We are falling. Drop it, drop it, drop it. Let's go. That's what I'm saying. Let's go. We have not had a big down. She's still ripping. Socks is flying, guys. SOXX is flying here. That's crazy. Nuclear stock still holding structural technical strength. Rocket Labs probably needs to go negative. Yeah. APLD still trickling. Nvidia still selling here, guys. Still ripping. Peter saying we're in the fear zone. Thank you, Peter. Yeah. Yep. Look at this knifing price action in your S&P, guys. This is hard selling. We haven't seen this in a while. We have not seen this in a while. So just be careful. What is that's crazy. Trimming. I just trimmed half of my 20 $5 calls in Yang, guys. Trimmed half of my Yang calls. Heads up. Nvidia has now gone negative, guys. So Nvidia is seeing the dark side here. Unrelenting sell side pressure. That is just a filthy, filthy decline, guys. IWM falling sharply. All right, guys, I am going to close out all of my APLD. I'm closing out all of my APLD short here. All right, just over 11% gain. Closed out all of APLD. That's insane. Market is still trying to fall here. VIX is up 1152. We are still looking heavy. We could still go lower, guys. This is a big fundamental structural change over the weekend. Most people don't want to hold this in case there's more escalations. So what if China escalates now, right? So what if China escalates with Trump now over the weekend? That's kind of what probably institutional investors are thinking, right? Even though we're coming into a big level, we're knifing through that 20-day like a hot knife through butter. The big thing you got to ask, will China escalate over the weekend? Still knifing this market, guys. They are still knifing this market. Wow, look at that candle down, guys. That's filthy. We have knifed through that TP zone that I was looking at. We are still falling. We're coming into now a 618 fib retrace here. Markets are just crumbling, guys. Crumbling. Nvidia negative. Our SOXS trade is flying. Holy moly. Craziness. It's a sea of red out there. Nat gas, don't touch it. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. This market is nasty, guys. And I think, is it a long weekend? Yeah, VIX is skyrocketing, guys. VIX is skyrocketing here. All right, SPY's trying to stabilize just a little bit here. But we are still super heavy here. Crude oil knifing. Again, yields are falling sharply. This is getting real dirty, guys. Real, real dirty. It's filthy. Look at that daily chart. Where are we on the weekly? Are we coming into the weekly 7? Weekly 7 on SPY's sub 6600. VIX is still ripping. SPY catching a little bit of a bid now. Crude oil still knifing lower. Nat gas trying to hold a bit of a double bottom zone here. Crazy. All right, SPY could try to bounce here. It could try to bounce. Gold still pushing up 1% now. That is crazy. XOM, SPY getting a really big bid here. Crude oil, no love for crude yet. No love for crude. Rigetti went negative. APLD still falling. SoFi struggled there immensely. Robinhood got wrecked. Dollar Tree still holding strength in this market. Crazy to think Dollar Tree is still holding positive, but nasty reversal. Oklo still acting extremely well. Markets are still seeing some heavy selling. Crazy. That is a nasty candle down on your SPY, guys. Filthy. The premium on the calls are still mind-blowingly high. Anyone seeing that? Yep, QQQ lost all of its gains. Anyone seeing how expensive these SPY call contracts are still? They're just wanting to lure. For a 0 DTE bounce, I mean, for a market bounce back to 666, which would be back up here, we're still at over $1 on these contracts for a $4 bounce. Crazy expensive. There's some weird shenanigans. Weird shenanigans going on right now. They could still keep dripping this, guys. They may not give us a bounce until maybe the end of the day, but they could easily. Crude oil is just getting wrecked right now. Everything is getting wrecked. They want to sell everything red today. There's going to be a very minimal amount of stocks that are green. Wow, look at them rip this market down, guys. Look at this market. AMD down 7%, guys. Crazy, eh? That's crazy. I'm just being patient. Yeah, Weeble leaps are probably gonna work out, but this market is heavy. We try to buy the dip a little bit here on certain names. I think commodities may try to catch a bit of a bid. But look at AMD ripping to the downside here. Crude oil still falling sharply. Crazy price action in the tape, guys. Nvidia is still getting absolutely knifed on. Just a full-fledged liquidation. Full-fledged. Look at our UVXY, guys. I'm going to look to take profits on my $12 UVXY calls. That was a portfolio hedge, guys, members. I'm taking UVXY $12 calls off of the table here. Heads up. Just took those UVXY calls off of the table, the $12 calls at 50%. Again, 50% gain on UVXY $12 calls. We still have the $13 November calls in the event that we want to keep knifing. So just booked 50% on those in the monies. Crazy. Big profits there on UVXY. Nicely done if you caught that with us. Look at this market, guys. It is heavy, heavy, heavy. Crude oil is still at the lows selling. SPY still at the lows selling. All right, so we took some profits there on UVXY. This market is in full drill mode, guys. Nvidia is still knifing. Look at that SPX, guys. That is just filthy. I think energy stocks are somewhat holding up a-okay here, even though nat gas and crude are super heavy. You're still seeing energy stocks like Chevron and XOM kind of holding, so those ones might be a bit of a good play for a dead cat bounce. But tech stocks are getting smoked here, destroyed into the ground. Oklo now coming in. SOXS. Take a look at that, guys. Jeez. That is crazy. Just like that, we are green on our SOXS. IWM still coming in just a little bit here. SPY's trying to bounce here, guys. So again, profits were booked on UVXY. Everything pretty much turned red there, guys. Everything. Yep, another home run for sure. For sure. All right, so markets are trying to stage a little bit of a bounce here. A minor bounce. Crude oil trying to bounce just a little bit. XOM still selling. The market got smoked. Seeing a bit of buy the dip coming back into Nvidia, guys. Bit of buy the dip. Still seeing the market drilling here in commodities. SPY catching a bit of a bid here. Huge down candle, down over 1.43% on SPY. Big drop. This has been our biggest drop in quite a long time, guys. Quite a long time. So just like that on SPY, we've knifed through the 7, the 20. Crazy. Craziness. Bitcoin down 2. Everything. Ethereum down 5.8. PayPal down 4.7. They're still wanting to sell this market. Can you believe it? SPY continuing to soften up here. Robinhood now down 6.2% on Robinhood. Crazy. Everything got slapped today. Trying to find some support. Same thing with Nat Gas. Nat Gas is trying to find some support. Crazy session, guys. Crazy day. Whew. Crazy day. Markets, believe it or not, could still keep going, and we are. They are trying to chop us down even more here. This is just downright filthy. Market makers are getting filthy with it. Your dollar cratered. Still have stocks that are green. I think they want to take this. I think you want to see pretty much every stock red today. That's what they're trying to do, it seems. Market is in full melt mode. Full melting. It's a hard trend to try to fight, guys. It's a very tough trend to fight. Nvidia trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. Wow, those original puts that we were in up 700%. That is crazy. SPY, it's aggressive long here. There is an aggressive dead cat bounce long here on SPY. Everything is looking still very heavy here, guys. Still heavy. Great session for us here in the live trading room, guys. Very good session. I'm happy. That's why I'm not really foaming anything because I've made my money today. I have made my money. I'm not looking to destroy any sort of gains here that I've booked. Crude oil trying to firm up here just a little bit. Semis are trying to bounce just a little bit here, guys. Markets are seeing a little bit of liquidity. And the big question is, will China escalate over the weekend? Will China escalate over the weekend? Will there be retaliation? That is probably the big thing that smart investors will try to gauge for the rest of the. I mean, it's only 11:43, guys. It's only 11:43. That is just mind-blowing. Tesla, S&P catching a nice mean reversion bounce. A lot of individual names are catching a big bounce here. Everything is bouncing. Big bounce in the market. Really sizable bid. Big bid back up. Big reversion bounce, guys, starting to build here. Give me a sec, guys. So the S&P is trying to stabilize a little bit. Still have quite a bit of selling in this market under the hood. Quite a bit. You're still knifing this market lower, guys. It's a complete and utter fall. Crude oil down 3.79 and knifing hard. S&P 500 looking to go lower. Oops. I am playing high risk here. High risk. I am playing Chevron calls. Trying for the 150s. 150 calls on Chevron. These are high risk. CVX. Everything is still getting liquidated here. Still seeing quite a bit of selling. Crude just non-stop selling. Getting obliterated on your intraday chart. Tesla down 3%. Craziness. Crazy day. Bounce here, guys, in Chevron. I'm trying for it. It's risky. 150 calls, guys. 150, 0 DTEs. Again, size it for loss. Markets are getting slammed still. SPY trickling. IWM down 1.8. QQQ underperforming, down 2%. SPY down 1.5. Bitcoin down 2.3. Crude down 4.3. Crude is just getting slapped. Tesla down 3.2. Meta down 2.6. Google down 1.4. Apple down 2.4. Nvidia down 1. Crazy session. Oklo is still a beast. Yang ETF ripping. SOX is ripping. Apple's starting to fall. No bounce yet in crude. Nuclear stocks are still holding quite steady here, guys. Let's come to Chevron here. Come on. Bounce it. Markets are trying to stabilize. Crude oil, still no bounce yet in crude. Trees still trying to hold steady. Steady Eddie. VIX is still trying to push here. This market's still in trouble, guys. It's a really rough session. Really rough session if you've been bullish. If you haven't had short exposure on the table, you got fucking crushed today. We've had a nice amount of shorts on the overall market. Some hedges in UVXY, which we took 50% off the table today. Or I should say we took all of it off the table, the $12 UVXY calls for 50%. Nvidia is still getting slapped. Robinhood down 5%. Webull down 5%. Lots of red on the charts today, guys. Lots of red. I've even got some long exposure that got slapped, but luckily I've been hedged with quite a bit of short exposure as well, but it's tough to see some of your longs just taking it on the chin. Nasty decline across the board. Come on, Chevron. Bounce it. Bounce it. Get us back to 150. Still trading 58. Rocket Lab still having a stellar day for RKLB. Super impressive to see. Pepsi still holding the lion's share of its gains. Acting very well for Pep. And your daily 200 moving average is what, 150.66? Thinking Chevron can get back to here, the 200 MA. That would be a pretty nice bounce back to that 200 MA. If we can get CVX there, that would be really good, but we're along the 150s. We've had nice success in trading energy to the XLE calls, to XOM today. Now we're trying Chevron. Went out for a few beers with my mates and lost 3%. Those were some expensive beers there, Supreme. Nice bounce on Chevron starting to build here, guys. We are seeing crude oil trying to form a bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail. The markets are still trying to stabilize, but we're still looking heavy here. I mean, you've had one, two, you could potentially still see a third hour of sell side pressure, but we are trying to find some support. I mean, you've knifed all the way down almost into your weekly 7 moving average. Let's just throw that on. So your weekly 7 on SPY is sitting at 657.96. They could still take us down there, guys. 657.96 is your week 7. That would be crazy. If they sold SPY down to there, which we still have a lot of time. It's not that far. Your weekly 7 MA is not that far. On Chevron. Get your big up there. Crude oil trying to bounce. Yeah, so Netflix was selling off before the market, right? So that's kind of what you're seeing there. Chevron trying to make a move here, guys. Markets are trying to stage a little bit of a bounce here. A little bit more positive momentum creeping into some individual stocks. Some top wicks. Yeah, 654 is a long shot on SPY today, but you never know. And again, smart investors may still try to sell into the end of the afternoon session. Volume has lightened up, which favors a bit of that dead cat bounce. But smart investors may still de-risk into the end of the day on the back of the question whether China will escalate at all. That's kind of what I'm expecting. Will China escalate? S&P 500 is trying to firm support. Come on, Chevron. Get your big energy. Let's show some energy, Chevron. Come on. Get your big butt up there. Nvidia's trying to stabilize, guys. Chevron, come on. Get these CVX. Push it. Supreme sold all of his longs. I still have quite a bit of long exposure. I mean, but definitely got a lot of short exposure too. My portfolio hasn't been this mixed in a while. You know, the markets have been a lot of long exposure, but quite a lot of short exposure. It's been weird to see a lot of real fluctuations on days. SPY still trying to sell here. Alibaba really took it on the chin. Minimal bounce in the market so far. Your SMH has got crushed. Carvana got crushed. Crazy. Ticker block XYZ. That's nasty day for XYZ today. Intel went negative. You still got Bitfarms up 10%. A little bit of relative strength in that name. That's still under quite a bit of pressure. AMD bouncing off the lows, but still down 6%. SoFi down 3, Tesla down 3.3. Lithium Americas Corp went negative. QuantumScape still green. Wolf, ticker WLF, TeraWolf still green. Big Bear AI still green. LAES, that's been on a lot of people's radar. That is negative. Let's look at Serve. Let's see what happened with SERV today. Yeah, getting slapped right back down. Bouncing though off of that lower boundary support. I have a resting order sitting at 10 cents on the call options. This is another 0DT call lotto, a resting order. Yeah, you're absolutely right. China won't back down. Yep, you're right. You know, that's why you're going to see a lot of relationship strange. This is a step in the deglobalization trend. This isn't really healthy for global trade, right? Just between US and China, they dictate quite a bit of policy, biggest GDPs in the world. They impact quite a bit of business along around the world, so it's pick your big ass up there. So again, we're still seeing sell side pressure in your markets. Still seeing. SPY still trickling lower here. Yeah, I could see them pop us back up to 664 here and chop us in this tight range. It's kind of what I'm expecting. Crude oil still trickling a little lower here. I could actually go for some cheesecake as well. We'll both share the cheesecake there, Ram. All right, Chevron SPY trying to get a little bit of a bounce. Again, I'm still writing 150 calls, lottos on CVX. SPY getting a nice bid here. I'm also in a lotto call for um, BITF guys, Bit Farms, taking a $5 call, 0 DTE and Bit Farms. It's showing relative strength today. It has a bit of a potential 5-minute pattern trying to break out. So I'm in a lotto $5 call for Bit Farm as well. Come on, Chevron, here we go. Is the market gonna try to make a big push here? We will certainly find out. SPY's still trying here. Thing is seeing a little bit of strength. It's crazy. I literally thought my UVXY $12 calls were dead today. And then boom, prints you 50%. Crazy. All right, we're seeing CVX and Bitfarms trying to push, guys. Anyone still in your APLD? That was also a nice banger. That trade printed. CVX is trying here. Bitfarms is trying here. Let's see if we can get both of these. Call option plays, a little bit of a mean reversion bounce. SPY right now testing 662, trying to firm up just a touch. Come on, CVX, pump it, pump it, pump it. Webull still down 4.7. Nvidia holding 189, down 1.64. Potential little inverted head and shoulders on Bitfarm 5-minute chart, guys. Again, I'm in the Lotto $5 calls. I repeat, I'm in the Lotto $5 zeros. High risk. Just understand that. Trying to bounce just a touch here. SPY still seeing some more selling. Bitfarms and Chevron are trying to curl up. SPY just flagging sideways. Chevron, take our calls green. Take our calls in the money, I should say. Still seeing some selling in your S&P 500. SPY trying to catch a little bit of liquidity on the 5-minute chart. It's trying to curl up just a touch here. SPY seeing some positive, a little bit of positive price. It's trying. It's trying. Still just stuck at the 662 range. Chevron and Bitfarms are trying to break out here, curling up. Let's see if we get these 150s in the money. Come on. We are positive on the trade here for Chevron. We're looking to press these gains a little bit. Potentially trying to catch some positive liquidity. I could easily see Chevron retesting its daily 200 moving average. Nice, calls are starting to wake up quite sharply here on CVX, guys. CVX looking a little bit better. That's not even, crude hasn't even moved yet, and CVX is waking up. I like it. I like it. SPY right now seeing a little bit of strength. Come on, keep going, CVX. You got more in you. You got a lot more in you. Crude oil hasn't even moved yet. Bid Farms is trying to get going. SPY creeping up here. SPY is trying to break here, guys. SPY getting a little bit of a push here intraday. Certainly trying. Nice, Chevron's popping. Come on, CVX. Push it. XOM catching some nice liquidity as well. CVX. Here comes 150. We're approaching. XLE catching a decent sized bid as we speak. S&P still trying to break out of its little bit of a, all right, 150 calls, guys, are in the money on Chevron. I'm still holding. I think we can push some more. XLE's looking pretty decent here. Crude oil starting to see a little bit of liquidity right now. Come on, CVX, keep pushing. Energy's looking a little bit better. SPY's just starting to get going here. SPY's got some top wick distribution. So your S&P 500 is still shaking out some of these sellers. So SPY tried breaking out there and they're hitting it right back down just a little bit. Crude oil seeing some more selling. CVX still trying to hold steady, but getting sold into with the market weakness a little bit. Nat gas continuing to fall here, guys. SPY still under a bit of pressure. What's he gonna say? Yep, bears are trying to come back into the picture here. Still think the S&P wants to push at least to 664. If the bulls really get aggressive, 666. Come on, CVX. You shook out those initial sellers off the 150. Now let's let this trend, guys. CVX I think can trend into the rest of the day. I think you're gonna see energy stocks make a pretty big push here. Crude oil still down, nat gas still falling, which is why it's kind of a counterintuitive trade. Come on, CVX. Keep going, CVX. XLE trying to find a little bit of momentum. QuantumScape still acting quite well on QS. It's trying to find some support. TeraWolf, ticker WLF. SPY right now, still trying here. Look at Serve here. Nat gas still falling, guys. Nat gas is getting a little bit more interesting from a technical long scalp. It's quite interesting down here. I think Nat Gas is probably going to try to bounce here, guys. Nat Gas is into a bit of an area. I took some lottos on UNG, 1250 lottos on UNG. CVX trying to make a move. Crude oil is still weak though. Come on, CVX. CVX is trying. It's trying. SPY still seeing some more sell side pressure. Nvidia looking pretty bearish right now. They're slapping the market back down. They are slapping it. Markets are falling here, looking like a bit of a bear flag trying to trigger here yet again. More sell side pressure. More sell side pressure hitting the tape. Big CODI, guys, is still up quite nicely on the session. Still looking pretty bullish. CODI up 11% on the session. Pretty cool. S&P still looking heavy. NVIDIA temp chart looking pretty heavy here. Tesla down 3.69 still. Just a little bit. Nvidia's seeing more selling here, guys. Nvidia's starting to come in hard. Chevron falling now. S&P going for new lows. Nvidia 60. Yeah. Selling. You're going to take out the lows on SPY. It's looking very likely. Trade war in the market. SPY gunning for new lows. This is a big trade war between US and China, guys. This is not some small time news. It's a big breakdown in relationships, escalation in tensions. It's not a healthy thing for globalization. It's taking a step back. Nvidia is still seeing more selling, S&P going for new lows. SPY is still drilling here, guys. SPY is going into that weekly 7MA. We're very close. Weekly 7MA is coming up here. Now gas continuing to trickle lower. Bit farms getting wrecked. It's still looking heavy here. We are falling. Bingo. All right, nat gas is getting slapped and slaughtered, falling down even sharper. Seeing some high volume liquidations. Energy stocks are trying to stabilize CVX and Chevron. Chevron and CVX potentially making some higher lows as the indices have made lower lows. So a little bit of relative strength, but I mean, this market is not seeing much buying just yet. Volume has thinned out a little bit, so perhaps there could be, but crazy. The trend has just absolutely been obliterated. Been obliterated. It's collapsing. Still collapsing. Still seeing Tesla almost down 4, SoFi down 4.6, AMD down 5.87. Tesla rolling heavy. SPY making yet again, trying to retest those lows. Bitfarm's getting slapped. Nat Gas still getting slapped. Yep. S&P SPY catching a little bit of near-term liquidity, just a touch. Nat Gas is getting clobbered. Coming into the weekly 7 MA on SPY, pretty crazy to think how extended we were, and we've just dropped. Everything is still seeing some net liquidation across the board here. Still drilling, nat gas getting slaughtered. QQQ down 2.6, IWM down 2.2%. Markets are drilling. Nvidia got an H pattern. There is some weekly chart support coming up, but it's crazy. Markets are still in heavy sell side pressure. Nat gas is getting slaughtered, falling even sharper now. Not a bad area for a risk to reward dead cat bounce on SPY. It's aggressive, it's risky, trend is down, it's a counter trend trade. Still looking heavy though. Energy stocks are selling more now. QuantumScape almost negative. Still looking super heavy. Nvidia about to take out its low of day. SPY still seeing sellers at every single turn. Tesla down 4.42, AMD down 6.6, Neo, China stocks getting slapped like it's nobody's business. A Yang ETF is ripping. SOX is up 15%. Yang is up 15.29. Crazy. All right, guys, I'm closing out my Yang calls here for 100%. That's a swing trade with members. Closed out Yang calls. Yang calls are all finished, guys. $25 calls for October 17th. Close those out. 100% gain. Nice trade if you caught that with us. SPY catching a nice bounce here. Markets are trying to catch a little bit of a dead cat bounce here. We're certainly oversold. Right away, the bounce is still trying to get sold into a little bit. It's just at every single pop, SPY is getting sold into here. Crazy. It's trying to flatten out the 1 minute MAs. But SPY right back down to the lows there. New lows for your S&P. Crude is trying to make a little bit of a bounce here, guys. Crude. All right, markets are looking like they're trying to bounce. Some individual names are catching some liquidity here, guys. We are seeing the S&P trying to bounce here. Still no real bid in energy. Market's trying to catch a little bit of buy pressure, but it's minimal off this area. It's very small. Nvidia is staging a bit of a double bottom bounce, trying to defend it. I did get filled on an SERV 1550 lotto, guys. 1550 lotto call on SERV. Again, it's high risk. I had a resting order at 10 cents. Again, if you're playing lottos here on this nasty, nasty decimation day, just size your positions appropriately. You don't want to get blown out. You do not want to get blown out. Wow, energy's still getting wrecked. S&P still seeing some heavy sell side pressure. Gold miners are still a tough short. I mean, I've lost money on that. Gold is still above 3,900. I mean, miners are printing cash, and you have lower cost margins now with oil, nat gas falling. So miners are still strong. I mean, GDX, I know it's extended, but gold is still super, super high on the chart. And miners at 3,900 are still just absolute cash beasts. So it's tough. Tough call for GDX, you know? It's only going to fall if gold falls. That's really what it comes down to. to the market. Starting to get a little bit of positive momentum. Next resistance is at EMA 113, 661.10. 661.10 is next resistance, 661.11. They're starting to get a little bit more bullish liquidity creeping back into the tape here. Here comes a potential push, guys. We're starting to get a little bit more positive flow creeping into the picture. Come on, S&P. Get your butt up there. Energy stocks just do not want to do much here. Crude oil is still struggling. $6.2. Hood is smoked. SPY is trying to show a little bit of strength. Energy stocks are catching a little bit more liquidity. Market is looking a little bit better here. We'll see if they can give us a small facelift and pump here. XOM, really strong bounce on XOM happening. Bitfarm, CVX trying to make a move. Markets are looking a little bit better, clearing that 660 zone. Serve is trying to bounce. Come on. It's catching a nice bounce here. Yeah, I'm trading a few long 0DTs. I got longs in Serve, 1550 Lottos. I got longs in CVX, 150s. Got XOM longs. SPY's catching a decent bid. Still a tough trend, but nice little afternoon dead cat bounce occurring here. We'll see what type of move it gives. I've closed quite a bit of put positions, guys, from Yang to UVXY to Robinhood. CVX making a move, SPY continuing. Energy stocks are catching a fat candle, XOM. CVX making a nice move here, guys. Serve is making a really strong move. Come on, get our 150s green on CVX. Serve spread is blowing out, ticker SERV. XOM had a massive candle. Selling off of that 1 minute EMA. We can still get through there. Because we could have our serve 1550s go green here. Market is trying here. Again, we picked it off of this 1485 level. We need serve to get to 1550. Chevron looking a little bit better now. XOM ripping. Crude oil is still weak, nat gas still weak. Bit of a dead cap trend bounce there in the market. They are selling it off that EMA. Let's see if they want to form a bit of an inverted head and shoulders here. So let's see if the dip buyers will come in. Nasty little rejection off of that EMA 113. Real nasty. Yeah, it's a big level here. We're back testing that weekly 7MA. It's our first bullish weekly moving average back test in quite a long time. So it's a big area for the market. We'll see if it can punch through, right? Remember, sell-offs from all-time highs, which we made an all-time high yesterday, kind of this week. But sell-offs from all-time highs typically do get bid up. Still got, what, 2.5 hours for the market to give us a bit of a trender potential. Nvidia catching a bit of a bid. SPY still trying to push here. Just a little bit, guys. Come on, CVX, get our 150s green. Still hasn't moved yet. Markets are just consolidating right underneath that EMA, so acting okay-ish right now. Acting okay. Still in a heavy downtrending session. Nat gas is still plummeting. Serve is trying to squeeze a little bit higher now, guys. Serve is moving here. Again, we'll see if we can get those 1550s green. Your S&P 500, a little bit of top wick distribution. Some minor selling on SPY. Seeing a little bit of selling. Spicing a little bit of selling, just some minor. Rejection there on SPY. That was a high volume sell. We'll see if the dip buyers can come in and save this market. This is kind of your dip buy retest zone, this area right now. It's your aggressive bullish backtest to previous breakdown zone, previous 1 minute consolidation. So this is where the bulls should try to step in if they want to give this market more of a facelift. Serve is still trying to bounce here, guys. It's still down 13%. But bouncing nicely. We're 11 cents away from getting the 1550s in the money. The spread on serve is blowing out here, guys. It's blowing out, which means that we're going to get some bullish. All right, we're up 50% on the bid right now. Come on, serve. SPY getting slapped right back down. Serve coming in now. S&P 500 market is chopping now. Trying to defend SPY just a little bit. We're trying to form a little bit of a double bottom, higher low, extremely oversold intraday. Come on, Chevron, pop us back up. S&P getting gobbled up slightly here, guys. SPY is seeing some liquidity. It's getting a nice push. We'll see if Serve wants to catch that push. Come on, CVX, pump it. Pump it to 150 and trend us. You can see SPY trying to find a little bit of support here. Maybe forming an inverted head and shoulders on your smaller time frame. Maybe. Nvidia still off of its low. Come on, CDX, pump it, push it. Crude oil trying, nat gas still getting clobbered here. Here goes Chevron, guys. CVX is trying. CVX is trying. Give me a sec, guys. All right, SPY's still struggling just a little bit here. Nat gas continuing to get clobbered. Serve saw some distribution. Hood still down. AMD still down. CODI ripping. CODI. Everything else is Pepsi still holding steady. SOXS Oklo still a monster. Crazy. Google down 1.5. Ethereum down 6.35% on ETH. That is a filthy sell. Filthy sell. Enphase down 7.6. Bitcoin down 3.3. Again, this is your level to go long SPY. Back test with a tight stop loss. I'm just writing CVX calls, XOM calls, serve calls. Nat gas, that's some fuckery. Yeah, nat gas is still bearish. You could maybe trade it for a dead cat bounce. You know, I tried into some lottos on UNG, but you know, you can try here. It's not a bad area. You've swept that daily 200. I'm personally looking for a swing trade on nat gas at very close, but for a scalp long here on nat gas, a day tradable bounce, it's not a bad area. For a swing trade, it could go a little bit lower. But for definitely for a scalp long, I could see nat gas bouncing. It's on drip, DRIP. Not too sure. Let's look. Hmm, that ticker's not looking bad. I don't know if that's a ticker you're looking at, DRIP, but it's not looking bad. I It's a big ripper. Come on, if Chevron can break this little flag pattern, it's looking pretty good for an end of day squeeze. APLD guys, anyone that caught that with us again. We've crushed it today, guys. We have absolutely crushed it today. Come on, give us a little bit of a pop here, Chevron. Come on. Fucking market is just crazy today. We are still seeing sell side pressure. Markets are not looking good right now. SPY was trying. They're starting to sell it though. KOPN. Yeah, I mean, this is where the bulls want to defend it, or else you're going out down to gap fill. It's a tough chart for me to get behind. It looks like there might do a 3-bar surge. You're cracking the 7-day, but chart still has daily and weekly chart upside momentum, but it looks like it could use a bit of backing and filling. It's just kind of trading with the market right now. It's weak, so it's getting sold into, liquidated. But it still has momentum, but really if you're bullish it, you want to hold it. You want to see if it can hold this area. You don't want to get a daily close below this green bar. You want to hold that. So it's not a bad risk to reward area to go long, stabbing on the long side, but yeah, it's a good chart. It's definitely broken out in your larger time frame, but just needs a little bit of time to digest this recent up move. You probably get a retest of this topping tail, so not bad at all. All right, so SPY is trying to curl up here, guys. So this is now going for, this is looking pretty bullish. If it can hold and break above these SMAs, SPY's back to, got rejected off that EMA, pulled back. Uh, slap it. Are they going to slap it back down? Looks like they're going to slap it. Uh-oh. Still seeing these nasty candles. Markets are still trying to hold a little bit here, but a little bit weaker. Selling off again. Nat gas under 3. Yeah, we'll see. We'll give it another couple days, right? But I see a bounce before 3. There's a lot of support around 330 to 340. In between there, there's a ton of support on that gas. But we'll see what happens. It tends to make huge moves in both directions, so anything could happen. Markets are still struggling just a touch here. Nvidia trying to soften up a little bit. Market SPY's trying to perk up here. Again, if this inverse head and shoulders on your S&P were to trigger, you could have a late day power hour squeeze all the way up to 663.50. If that were to trigger, hasn't triggered yet, but if it triggers, They tried it off of that candle, got sold into yet again. Crude oil still going lower. Nvidia down 2.8, Tesla down 4, QS negative. Webull down phenomenally. China stocks wrecked. Look at CODI, guys. CODI continuing to grind here. New high of day for CODI as the markets are still chopping down. That's crazy. Go CODI, go. Or it's not a new high. It's close. Close though. Can they save the markets just a little bit into the end of the day? Or is this all just one big trap? Nvidia catching a little bit of liquidity here. Energy, crude oil still at the lows. Nat gas trying to do a little bit of a bounce. Okay, Chevron's trying to break out here. Come on, Chevron, squeeze it into the end of the day. Take our CVX calls green. All right, CVX trying to show some signs of life here. All right, SPY trying to also move here. They're still just chopping this market around, guys. Thinking about trying a 662 Lotto SPY call. I'm thinking about trying a 662 Lotto. Looks like we're going to get a dip down here on SPY, but I'm thinking about entering some Lottos. 662. Again, size it for loss. We're almost at the apex of the wedge here. All right, energy stocks are looking a little bit better here. Chevron's trying. Come on, Chevron. Squeeze these energy names into the end of the day. I'd be super happy. XOM trying to get back above 112. Chevron trying to break a little bit of a flag, 5-minute flag pattern, looking much more relatively strong than SPY. UNG ready? Yeah, UNG is trying to bounce, guys. UNG is oversold intraday. For a scalp, it's ready. For a day trade scalp, UNG is ready. For a swing trade, I don't think it's ready yet, but it's definitely oversold intraday. So I have a level that I'm watching on that gas, but it's lower. But for a day trade, not a bad area. You know, it's been bludgeoned today, and especially over the last 2 days. CVX, come on. Push it, CVX. Nice price action and energy. Creeping in. Come on, CVX. Clear this 150 area. Retest. Big squeeze into the end of the day, Chevron. Come on. Been sitting in these 150 calls for quite a bit here. Nice. CVX is looking good, guys. CVX is looking good. Could be telling us that Chevron's retesting 150, so our 150 calls are back in the money. Those lottos are working. I like it. Come on, SPY. Breakout, trigger this 1-minute inverse. Come on, end of day squeeze it. End of day rally. They are trying to break SPY out here. Nice. SPY's starting to catch some liquidity. Nvidia trying to firm up. Come on, SPY. Don't be a fake breakout. You killer. I think SPY might have a push here into. There's this channel that I'm watching on SPY. It's kind of interesting. I think SPY could have an end of day push into the high of this channel. That's what I'm thinking for SPY, guys. A little bit of a mean reversion bounce. See if they want to sell the VIX. Again, VIX Crush Friday typically happens. SPY doing a little bit of a backtest liquidity grab, almost as if it's a failed breakout. Not quite ready yet. Look at them eating that liquidity. Wow. And they ate that liquidity. So they're still shorting those fake breakouts. Okay, so SPY getting slapped right back down. They trapped all of that bullish liquidity. Right back down to the low. Let's see if they push it right back up. But they're nasty with it. CVX is trying to perk up. That's your backtest buy if you're bullish. S&P is catching a bit of a bid here. SPY is super wicky here, trying to muster up a bit of a breakout. It's wicking up, it's wicking down. CVX is still trying to push. I still am holding Lotto 662 calls on SPY. CVX 150s are green. Come on, SPY. Give us a nice end of day push and squeeze. End of day push and squeeze. You know you want to. Volume's coming in, guys. Volume is starting to creep. It's trying to firm up off of the lows. By starting to flatten out these moving averages, but still a lot of selling occurring. I think we're getting close to that pop, but Chevron is moving, guys. Chevron is moving. Come on, CVX, punch it to the high side. But still trying to push. We cracked this 1 minute EMA. We're going to have a squeeze up to 661, 662, guys. It looks like the market is trying here. We need to get through this EMA. It's where we got rejected off of last time, but we're retesting it off of a higher low. So the market's looking a little bit better. Nvidia is trying, but we need to crack that resistance. Come on, SPY. Chevron's ripping. Guys, I just trimmed half of my X or my CVX calls, guys. Half of my CVX 150s. 38 cents. Still holding SPY. Look at CODI, guys. Holy moly. CODI's just squeezing here. CODI. Back to the high, guys. Craziness. What a mover. It's wiki here. Crazy. SPY getting wrecked here into the close. Looks like they want to try to chop it down. Amazon still struggling here. Peter saying waiting for Trump to say China not so bad. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, SPY looking like it's failing. Could be going down to the lows. Just a heads up. It's looking pretty heavy here. Nastiness. Absolute bloodbath on Wall Street today. Look at the video here. Still falling to the downside. Falling to the downside. Fall, fall. They could easily flush this market here into the close. We've triggered a bit of a 1 minute head and shoulders formation. Bit of a head and shoulders formation on the S&P has triggered, so looking like they might want to flush us, guys. Again, we are oversold, but question is, are investors going to get panicked over the weekend in anticipation of China potentially retaliating? Maybe. We will see. But it's been a huge decline in the markets today. So we took profit on our Pepsi calls. We took profits on our CODI calls. Took 2 trims on our Yang $25 calls. They were looking pretty much done and dusted. And they just shot up in the blink of an eye. So again, we fully exit our Yang $25 October calls. I'm going to look to roll out maybe into something else, but all out a Yang call for final trim 100% from $1 to 2. We did also close our Hood 145 puts today. Nice job if you took that trade with us. As well as our UVXY portfolio hedges that we put in place in the event of something like this. Our $12 UVXY calls did go in the money. We're still writing $13 UVXYs as a portfolio hedge, but those have a little bit more time than the 12s, so we'll continue to ride that. But some stellar performances across the board in individual names. Definitely had some of my longs beaten up. Even though I'm tempted to add to certain positions, I'm just wanting to let the dust settle on some of these trades and this market and what's going to transpire with Trump and China and Xi. We will see. SPY is getting crushed yet again. Yes, it is. Look at that SPX daily candle. That SPX daily candle is something amazing, eh? SPX gap that was all the way back in September. Big level for the market here. Retesting those lows. SPY just swept the lows there, guys. Free falling. So we've officially tagged that weekly 7MA. Officially tagged it. $109 million shares traded on the VIX. VIX is up 17.64%. Crazy. Full-fledged liquidation in the markets today. They are flushing it. This market is in full drill mode. Full drill. It's falling. Falling for you. As semiconductors new lows. IWM about to take out the lows as well. free falling, 'cause I'm free falling. Markets are in free fall and Qs, no bounce yet on the Qs. We keep drilling. See if they want to give it a little facelift here, maybe. Markets are still in free fall mode. Trump is set to come out for power hour. Maybe he gives the market a little bit of that warm and cuddlies, fuzzies. Does he save the market, Trump? Or does he keep taking us down? IWM semis are still selling here. SOXX, AMD curling. Still hasn't made new lows just yet. It's a full force liquidation today. SOXX still drilling down 5% on the tape. Let's see if Trump wants to save this market a little bit off of the lows or if they just flush us into the ground. Time will certainly tell. But Trump is set to speak shortly. Big punch here in the markets. Really big push. Huge squeeze there. There's a big pop there on news. Probably some short covering too into the end of the week. SPX still looks like it could go a little bit higher, or SPY looks like it could try to press a little bit off of that pop. Come on. Where are the bulls at? QQQ still weak. Big liquidity pop there. They're eating it up though. They are trying to eat that liquidity. And they're eating it. Semis are trying to bounce just a little bit. Trying to buy up some of your semiconductors and mega cap. Just a touch here. S&P still very weak, but trying to gain a little bit of liquidity here. Just ate that pop right up. Wow. Nvidia is still gaining some liquidity here, guys. AMD trying to curl up. Russell's still looking weak. SPY, they're still eating that liquidity though. Still holding up here. Trying to push Nvidia. They're pushing up crude and nat gas just a little bit. Russell still remains weak. SPY still heavy. SPX still under 6,600 psychological number. Will they try to push the bulls above 6,600? Positive liquidity. Come on. Push SPY up a bit. Still a hard downtrending session. Selling the AMD right now. Semis are still seeing some selling. Nvidia trying to hold. SPX still under 6,600. Tesla down 4.3. It is a sea of red in Wall Street today. IWM still at the lows of its session. AMD struggling here immensely. SPY looking like it's trying to trickle a little lower here. Looking a little bit vulnerable, S&P. You need to start firming up. Hey, curveballs. You just bought MP and USAR? Nice. Good luck. Good luck. AMD breaking down here just a little bit. Semis are still at the lows. IWM at the lows. SPY just off of its lows. AMD looking a little bit heavier here. Markets are still in trouble. SPY's breaking structure yet again. Whoops. There's new lows for your S&P. That's a hard wave of sell side pressure. They are taking us downtown. AMD's looking pretty filthy here. It's a yuck. It's a yuck. I hope everyone had shorts in place today. If you weren't hedged, your portfolio took a beating today. I got a lot of longs that took a beating, but I was well hedged with VIX calls, Yang calls, SOX, put options, Pepsi. I still bank some profits on Pepsi calls, on CODI calls, so I've been well hedged. I'm sitting pretty. I'm up on the session today. It's been a great trading session for me too. But yikes. Yikes is right. Will we see a little bit of a gap down on Monday? That is the big question. Let's look at the volume trade on the SPX today. There's a lot of stocks I've been wanting to buy. Not a lot of volume yet on SPX. Let's look at SPY volume. That's the wrong SPY chart. SPY. Yeah, pretty decent amount. 115 million shares already, 116. So pretty decent amount on SPY. All right, AMD trying to catch some liquidity. IWM has had now 10 consecutive down candles on the 10-minute chart. SPX still getting clobbered down here. You know, if they don't bounce this market into the end of the day, that sets up for a recipe for disaster on Monday, but we'll see what happens here. What do you guys think? We're going to get a nice little push higher into the end of the session or not? Or are they just going to keep liquidating us? IONQ now down 7.3%. S&P's trying to find its footing here. A little bit of a mean reversion, dead cat bounce, trying. And will they close the SPX above 6,600? That's the big area that I'm personally looking for. Can they recapture 6,600, the bulls? It'll be a fight. Everyone loves a good fight. Nice little bit of a bounce starting to occur in SPY here. Video still sick. Russell's trying to form a 10-minute bottoming tail. Trader 586 saying he thinks the market's rally. Yeah, we're due for a bit of a mean reversion bounce, right? We haven't had a really big rip your face off dead cat bounce. You could get some short covering into the end of the day. Naturally on a Friday, you could see that, but we'll see what happens if investors are spooked with China. I know Trump is speaking, but we haven't had a 2% down day in the S&P for quite a long time, guys. It's been a while. Semiconductors are still seeing some sell side liquidation pressures, guys. Semis are still falling and looking pretty nasty. Qs are down 2.8, IWM down 2.4, SPY down 2.15, Bitcoin down 4. Gold's still green. VIX is up 18%, guys. 18% on the VIX is filthy. Apple down 3.1, Meta down 3, Tesla down 4.5, Netflix negative, JP Morgan negative. It's a sea of red. Not too many stocks green.
SPY can get through this high, we should try to test 658. But every single pop has been sold into pretty sharply. Nvidia testing 187, AMD trying to firm up. Crude and nat gas still trying. We're down 8.5. Peter said he just heard on CNBC markets never bottom on a Friday. Interesting. Wait till you see the headline markets in turmoil. If you see that, that typically signifies a bottom. But interesting that they're saying that. Does make you think. Falling even more here looks like. This is crazy selling. Semiconductors are so skewed, which is what's really taking us down. Your SOXX chart is filthy. I'm saying Monday morning. That SOXX is coming into its 20-day moving average. That's sitting at 272.91. Still falling at the lows of its session. S&P trying to take out the lows yet again. Nvidia, AMD looking a little bit heavier here. Still selling in your semiconductor land, so that's what's now bleeding us lower is the saturation in semiconductors. There's definitely some accumulation occurring in other names, but semis are just getting full force liquidated. And that's what's hindering SPY right now. It's a hard down candle in your semis. Look at that volume on SOXS. Beautiful to see. Semis are still trickling here, trickling to the downside. Every pop is getting sold into. The wicks are nasty. AMD's trying to find a little bit of support here. S&P drilling, NVIDIA going for the takeout of the low. No buyers in sight for the market. You could see a sharp bounce at some point here, guys. We're getting close. We're getting very close to a sharp reversal bounce, I think. I don't know if it's going to hold it though, but NVIDIA is about to take out the lows. Semiconductors, new lows, SOXX. Yeah, you're building a really nasty bullish divergence for sure, but the trend is so nasty to the downside, and it's a Friday. If you want to take, yeah, NVIDIA just took out the low there, new low of day for your behemoth. IWM still drilling. Full force liquidation. Markets are still crumbling. Seven 15-minute red candles in a row on SPX. Filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Yeah, there will be a lot of fear over the weekend. You're right. Headlines coming out across the news channels. There'll be a ton of fear. A ton of fear. And there might be more escalation with China, US over the weekend. There could be some jockeying. Big volume coming into SPY down here. Really big volume. IWM still at the lows, guys. AMD, Nvidia curling down, so it's hard for the market to balance with your semis still weak on the session. No, I can't remember. But that was a big volume on that last little 2-minute bullish price action there. We'll see if the bulls can find a little bit of footing here. S&P down 2.26%. SPX down below 6,600. Collapse. Yeah, markets tried bouncing, and as they tried bouncing the markets, they just flushed Nvidia there. They are flushing the world's largest company. It's hard for the market to do anything when that company is just knifing. So Nvidia is flushing here. Huge volume coming in though. But Nvidia is flushing. Wow, full liquidation in your semiconductors. SOXS is flying. Flying. That's crazy. Big time flush. No love for the market today. Semis are still flushing here. Oof, nasty price action in your S&P, guys. Just getting filthy with it. Look at that flusher. Nvidia is still knifing. Markets are just getting liquidated. 655. Look at that. IWM at 238. Volume is immense down here, but they are just liquidating. The bulls are getting smoked today. Smoked, smoked, smoked. AMD is trying to fall some more. No bounce yet in SPY, guys. All right, so this is where we're now hitting that parallel channel on SPY, guys. So there should be maybe a mini bounce here if you're wanting to take it. A lot of volume traded in here. Again, every pop has been shorted. So it's crazy. Craziness. Nvidia is still dripping. SOXX now down 5.75%. No love for the market. No love for the bulls. They are still crushing anyone who's long. Anyone who's trying to buy 0 DTEs are getting slapped. Yang ETF up 17%. That is crazy. Nat gas still down 3%, but that has tried climbing back a little bit here. Still selling it, guys. Look at this market going downtown. That is crazy. Nvidia is still at the dead lows. Gold is still holding steady. Wow. Full-fledged liquidation in SPY right now. It's crazy how there's been no bounce here. Crazy how there's been no bounce. And maybe there won't be. There's always that potential. You would favor a bounce, but the amount of volume that's coming in, but wow, it's been weak. See if the bulls can muster up a little bit of that ODTE bounce. Nvidia absolutely got wrecked into the close there, flushing into the EMA 113. So Nvidia got decimated. AMD catching a little bit of bid. SPY is trying. We're super stretched from that 1-minute EMA on SPY. Just shows you how hard the selling is today. We are so stretched. Let's see if they can wave the magic wand into the end of the day. Give this market a bit of a facelift off of the lows. But again, every pop has been sold into so far. Still super duper heavy. Not really seeing much of a bounce. AMD's catching a bounce. Semis are trying. Apple on the other end. Apple's trying to catch a bit of a 10-minute bounce here. So they're trying to give this market a little bit of a lift here. QQQ trying to catch some liquidity. Nvidia still not really participating in the bounce, holding below 185. Looks like they're waving that little magic wand so far. Still a lackluster bounce from Nvidia. AMD's trying. Semis are still seeing selling. SPY still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Final 14 minutes. Giving us a little bit of a facelift. SPY still down over 2.26%. SPX still under 6,600. Will they try to give us a big push in the final 15 minutes here? Will they try to retest 6,600 on SPX? Crazy moves coming to the end of the day. No, the markets aren't closed. I know it's a holiday in some place, but it's not closed. I believe it's open. I'm pretty sure it's open, unless we are closed. Can someone actually double check that? Are we closed? I thought we were open. All right, Nvidia is trying to bounce now as well, guys. So this could be a big push. Semis are catching more liquidity. Thanksgiving closed. I appreciate that. Thank you, Trader586. So yeah, you're right. We're closed. We are closed on Monday. Interesting. Nasty sell there on SPY. 1 minute chart. They're vicious today. They are vicious on the sell side today. SPY going lower. S&P falling. Nat gas had a nice bounce. Crude oil mini bounce. SOX mini bounce. Nvidia still struggling. Qs are still struggling. S&P looking like it's going to close under 6,600 unless you get some sort of a magic wand that's waved. But bounces have been shorted, clear as day. S&P, IWM, QQQ, all slaughtered. Qs are down over 3% on the session. Amazon, Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Apple, all wrecked. This is much needed. This is a healthy pullback, although it's based a pullback not really based on technicals. It was based on some fundamental escalation between US and China. This was needed. This was needed. Yeah. Holding your SQQ for Monday morning. Yeah, I still got some shorts on the table. I still got VIX $13 calls. I still got SOXS. I still got some short plays in individual tickers, but I do hold long exposure too. A lot of my longs got absolutely crushed today, but net, I'm still holding positive structure on the session. Yang was a big winner for me today. That was up tremendously. SOXS. I've been sitting, accumulating SOXS in my longer term port today. Taking that position finally green. I've bought in 3 tranches here at 547, 456, and 410. So I'm still looking for this 547 to firm up, but it hasn't. CODI was a nice long that we just took yesterday, call options. Really, really solid move. Look at them just knife the S&P 500. So profits on our put options. That was nice to see. Wow, Nvidia just got fully liquidated, guys. Fully liquidated on the big behemoth. That was a nasty, oh, that's a nasty candle down for semis. Look at that oh, look at them just knifing your S&P 500. Ouch, 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 ouch. Look at them going. Holy moly. That is just filthy. Filthy. Still waiting for this ONDS to fall. It's down nicely today. I needed some more though. I needed some more. Core weave falling a little bit today. Look at them. Alright, that was a full-fledged liquidation on SPY, guys. That was insane. Dollar Tree even was strong earlier in the session. That got crushed. Marijuana stocks got crushed. Holy moly, everything. At Yang, Google, STZ, Lulu. Hey, look what's green. GIS hanging in there. Boring staple stocks trying to show some strength. Diageo, another boring name, trying to show some strength while the market's been clobbered. That's crazy. AMD still looks like it could fall quite a bit more, guys. Puts for quite a long time. I just took profits on my IWM 235 puts. They were against me significantly. I managed to stick through them, finally netting a little bit of a gain there. Crazy. Okay, so that is pretty much the market close. I mean, holy moly. Um, Honestly, I'm gonna have to do a lot of work over the weekend, look at the rest of the sectors of the S&P 500. But we had a really nasty fall today, and the problem, I'll save this for members, guys. But I have a lot of thoughts. We'll have to watch what happens, the rhetoric over the weekend. But great trading session. I mean, I took a bunch of profits from the market. My portfolio is up on the session today in the sea of red. We've been accumulating quite a bit of long exposure, but still heavily net short the market in put options, SOXS, and China equities. Some of these positions were looking like we were down and out, and just like that, you get some crazy market movements. So it just shows you how sometimes, technical levels can be violated for a period of time, and then all of a sudden, bang, news hits the tape, those technical levels fall back into place, and you start making money. So great job if you were positioned that short in a lot of names. Again, I did take a beating on some of my longs, but overall, net short, we pulled quite a bit of profits from the market. Thank you all for tuning in, guys. Have a restful weekend, long weekend. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm going to be eating some turkey So will my dog. He loves it. But I appreciate everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you all. I will have quite a bit to discuss over the weekend, guys, with members. So some of those member videos should be pretty interesting. All right, guys. We'll see you a little bit later. Cheers.